First, Chocobo races. Bing. It's racing time. Beep. Crap item. Whatever. Yeah, are you hyped to watch it? Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna keep racing this every day. Literally do nothing else. I don't give a shit. Let's go get that loot. Oh, shit item. Yeah, shit item. I have no idea why we're fighting about the parentheses. They're not coming back. Oh my god. Why do you jump after it and not take the item? What's wrong with you? How did that hit me? How was that the end? Move it, move it, move it, move it, move it, move it. Hoo, 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 hoo. 7th place. 7th place. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 6. 5. Rank 29. Let's race some more. Chewing. Oh, Choco Cure, Choco Potion, whatever. We got it. They're all ahead of me. I'm back. Charmanteluzzi! Out of the way, Charmanteluzzi. I wonder if you should head over to the other side here. It's not as wide there. Why do you give me trash? I don't want this trash. And I gave Luzzi, Charmante Luzzi, speed bonus. Fuck. Last place? We're gonna get last place. That last sneeze is like completely impossible to get by, get past. I don't know. Seems like it's just total RNG. Maybe you need to like run next to him or something. I don't know. I can't handle retarded people. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. What the fuck, dude? Nope, we have to run on the side here. Fuck imps, dude. Now we should be fine running past here. Charmanteluzzi is again behind us, but Charmanteluzzi has way more stamina than me. Charmanteluzzi is going to catch up any second. Oh shit! Charmanteluzzi just got fucked. Oh, 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 oh. No! Well, doesn't matter as long as you use it. There. Oh, stop giving me item ban. And I'm not even gonna make it into the goal where I run out of stamina. Okay, never mind. We got stamina tablet. Here we go. Time to win. Third place. Fourth place. Rank 30. That's good enough. Queue for the dungeon and head off to Catesis again. But to do that, we need to switch. What did I say? Catesis. That's what I queued for. Need to go to Anagnorosis. Wonders. Let's do these quests down here first. No one's doing fates? Well, screw it then. I'm not gonna solo that thing. We have 3 levels left on my Black Mage, and we have 5 levels left on my White Mage. Then we just need to do the raid. Everyone certainly seems content to allow their familiars to wander about unattended of late. I must say it's becoming something of a distraction. I've been attempting to prune this bush for ages. Who is responsible for you? Asm, you say? In that case, I suppose some degree of independence is to be expected. Huh. I take it you're the resilient sort as well. I mislike where this is going. You are an assertive one, aren't you? No matter. If I know Asm, your curiosity will get the better of you soon enough. Oh, that was no? Hello. Evac? Is that good enough? I think... How's it going? It's not easy figuring out how to pronounce everyone's names. That's wonderful to hear. The Acantha population around the Wonders is in need of culling, you see. The appropriate number of specimens has been moved to the Hungering Gardens, a far more suitable habitat, but the remainder need to be cut down or they harm the local environment. You can attract one by applying this nectar water to yourself, perhaps over by the beacon to the northeast. We should hate for the creature to lumber over here and mistake anyone else for a tasty snack after all. No. Oh-ho! You're Asm's familiar, are you not? I pose to you a question. Imagine an object you truly desire. Lies before you. What do? Take it. I see. As rumored, you do show a glimmer of intelligence. Avarice is a mark of sentience, you know. Speaking of which, my pot of nectar has recently gone missing, along with the nymphi I was observing. Welcome as this confirmation of their intelligence is. They aren't meant to eat all of that at once. Of course, should I pursue them, they will like as not hide. This is just a bot. If it isn't, I don't really care. Bye-bye. Of course, I should pursue them. Should I pursue them, they will like as not hide for fear of reprisal, while they devour the lot. However, they may respond if a fellow familiar expresses his doubt that so much nectar truly belongs to them, if you take my meaning. Fortified enclosures. That would be dreadfully dull for all involved. Oh, if only there were someone who... Aha! You have impeccable timing, my friend. I am in need of a bit of assistance, you see. I didn't read what I said. Why, of course I do. Are not all creative minds well compensated for their work? Now listen, we have been asked to design a new island for the purposes of containing and monitoring poisonous specimens. Alas, we know little of such concepts, and last I attempted a bit of research, I woke up 3 days later with far too much information about gripes. You, however, have the look of a familiar that could not possibly care less about this subject, thus do I require your services. You need only ask the researchers at Anagnorosis for a brief introduction to poisonous creatures, and steadfastly ignore any niggling curiosity in favor of reporting back here. What? Where did you come from? Get back, quickly. How odd. Generally speaking, this grips would sooner gore you than look at you. Did your creator imbue you with a special talent for soothing savage beasts, perchance? Curious indeed. I dare say this calls for further experimentation. I don't suppose you would be willing to attempt a flight on its back. I hope that the grips will find use as a mount, you see, but its aggression towards unfamiliar faces has precluded any real trials thus far. Please, consider it. You are willing to ride the grips? Splendid, we can begin immediately, assuming you have your preferred riding trousers on. Yes. Whee! The both of you have wonderfully relaxed riding postures. What say you to a little tour of Elpis? No, thank you. Already had like 3. Oh, come on. Neothophoron's beauty is ever striking. Note the blossoms, which change according to Elpis's seasons and ethereal balance. A true masterwork. The gyp seems quite content, a result of the flower's sweet perfume and your masterful handling, no doubt. Riding the Gripsy. Fuck is a pea laxative, dude? These beacons are crucial to your operations here in Elpis, and make convenient lodestars for flying specimens. Under observation, successful concepts sight them from a distance and can approach without hesitation. The gyps has passed that test with flying colors, so let us return to solid ground. An elegant landing, another mark in favor of the grip's utility as a mount. I believe I have the data I need. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm sure you are curious as to what today's trials means for our friend here. If you like, we can speak further back at the Wonders. That was terrible. At least we didn't get a dungeon pop in the middle of it. That would have been really, really terrible. Pros, take that little sod. Where's it gone? Oh, I was unaware we had a visitor. Pardon my language. I should hate to give poor impression of Elpis with my unprofessional behavior. Alas, I am quite at my wit's end with this new cultivar. You are fortunate not to have overheard worse. Its restorative properties are superlative. That much is true. Yet what possessed its creator to give it such nimble little legs I shall never understand. I really must impress upon those fools at the words of Halmarot, that not everything need to be ambulatory. I have tried leashing it, fencing it in, staring at it with all my might. Each to no avail. Its resourcefulness is far beyond what one could, and I dare say should, wish of a vegetable. Given that it shows such signs of sentience, however, perhaps it is possible for another intelligent creation to commune with it. Are you willing to make the attempt? When it embarked upon its most recent bid for freedom, I sent my assistant after it. His own legs have grown quite powerful by this point, so with any luck you will find them not too far to the west. My legs are very powerful. I am so pleased that you're willing to join us in further research. Thus far, you have noted this Ailorus' response to stimuli. However, the Ailoroi have one more very special capability. Aren't you curious? You will be pleased to know that I have dispatched one additional Ailorus to fly about the 12 Wonders then. If she is working as designed, the phenomenon should be clearly observable. I expect that you will be able to collect evidence of it from my fellow researchers. Say Oloros, Deucalion, and Chloris. Do present your conclusions to me when you're finished. A tiny winged creature. Do you refer to Hippothoeus familiar, perchance? I did see it not long ago. I know not where it's gone off to, I regret to say. I would assist in your search, but I must put brush to parchment before I forget what I meant to write. Outside of my observational duties, I have been laboring over a treatise Treatise on aquatic flora, you see. Yet rereading my work a moment ago, I was suddenly struck with how trite my conclusion sounds. I believe I know precisely how to strengthen it, however. I dare say even Halmarat shall be impressed by my insight. Need to purge myself of snot within soon. Isn't this the most darling familiar you have ever seen? Behold its soft and fluffy fur, its pudgy belly, its charming little bell, its eyes that gaze imploringly into the very depths of your soul. It makes you want to dismantle it and gobble its adorable ether right up, does it not? I dare not, of course. Whoever it belongs to would be quite cross indeed, yet even to gaze upon it stokes within me a creative passion, the likes of which I've never known. Mew! Alas, my muse! Perhaps I need to create my own familiar of surpassing cuteness after all. Shut up. Where's my dungeon? Grilla sent you to commune with the Mandragora, eh? Best of luck. Square note XX. No, that was a circle. Let's see if we can remember how to play Black Mage now.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
I do, but these guys are still owning me in DPS. Very, very sad. Now this is the worst thing about playing Black Mage. You have to maintain your stacks, which means you have to press this button the entire time when you're not fighting a pack. It's kind of stupid. I wish they would just get rid of it. Lots of nuking going on. Why are you grinding every class? There's something called role quests. And these role quests usually end up with like a longer quest line after if you finish all of them too. They replace the normal job quest lines. They're more like kind of like main side quests in a way. Now we're just doing all of those. Yeah, I'm not doing every class. There are 4 roles. There's physical DPS, there's magical DPS, there's healer, and there's tank. So we've done physical DPS and tank now. Also simply because I just want to play it. What's Reguline up to today? Oh! A sharp cast. The Black Mage is just about you keep up your thunder dot, and then you do big nuke damage with fire until your mana runs out. And when it does, you switch over to ice, because ice regens mana really fast. Someone else killed that guy. It's too annoying to kill like low hit point things because they're dead before I finish casting my spell. Bam. We are safe here, I think. Well. Whoop! That was close. My internet went down? Alright. Working up the motivation to write. Are you just writing fiction, or is this some kind of school stuff? Or maybe you're writing non-fiction. I don't know. Whoop. My bad. I didn't even get hit by it. Fiction? That's cool. I hate when people do school. School is so boring.
I cannot let you take me, Sion. Not yet.
Yeah, dude. It's all about just doing shit. I don't do writing, but I'm certain it's just like drawing and such. Drawing is all about practice. Because you just need to do it enough so that your brain like starts being able to recognize when you're doing things wrong, or like recognize what's a good color and whatnot. So if you want to get good at it, you just gotta do it. creative outlet for me. Yeah, man, whatever works. Nothing wrong with writing.
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
I wouldn't mind doing some writing, but I have very large troubles doing anything. So we settled for some programming in the spare time. That's what I can muster. Though not right now, because we're programming the game. And I can't program 2 games at the same time, because I'll die. Am I missing any items? No, there. That guy took it. Good job.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Lust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power! Dancing winds, pierce my foes! Stars on high, fall as rain!
Gibbs is streaming really early today. Yeah, I don't really get his streaming hours sometimes. It's just like it's like he's just streaming because he feels like it sometimes. I don't know. Interrupted! I've never seen that one getting cast though. Maybe that would be fun. Or maybe he didn't stop streaming. That's usually the case, I feel like.
Surge is one! winds, pierce my foes!
I'm too tired to convert that into, like, anything. Either I slept really well or I slept really, really badly. I'm not sure which.
Stars on high, fall as rain! Even when transformed, but I am not finished yet. No!
No! It's kind of shit. And then we queue for it again. Circle, note, XX, square, circle, diamond, circle, circle, hashtag. The Mandragora emits a screech not unlike the sound of a Magitek airship's hull rending in twain, but it is unclear what this is meant to convey. Green items equals uncommon or rare. I don't really feel like the items actually have that kind of scheme, but they do. Like gray items, normal items, green items, rare. But then we also have pink items, but they've been phased out. So they don't really mean anything, because like dungeon gear could be pink and it could be green. It was like whatever. But it's like this. Gray items, normal, it can be anything too, because it can be like collectibles and whatnot. Green is rare. They are unique, so you can only have one of each. That was the main difference between pink and green. Like they were both the same tier, but the pinks were, you could have many of them for whatever reason. Blue comes after that. Blue is usually for like the job gear that you get from doing the job quests are always blue. The raid gear that you buy at the end are blue, or currency and stuff. And then there's also purple. But I don't know if anything is purple except for these. And there's, at the end of each expansion, there's like a super grindy quest chain for every class, where you can grind a bunch of different steps to get this weapon. And then when you do the next step, the weapon gets upgraded, and then you keep going, like, for the entire expansion. You know, they release new steps for it every time they release new content. And though I think those are the only ones that are purple. I don't really know what they call them. I just call them Zodiac weapons, because that's what the first ones were called. But now we have more classes than there were zodiacs, so... Anyway, before that next dungeon takes, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. However, the color of the item, it doesn't really affect the strength. So it doesn't really matter. Like, it's, it's just there. The only thing that matters is the item level. So, like, when you're at level 80, for example, you can buy these items with Crypt Lurker gear. It's blue. It's level 80. It's item level 530. And it's slightly better than like the first couple of dungeons in the next expansion. But when you do get to those dungeons that drop item level 530 gear, it's the same. Like they have the exact same stats. At least the amount. They might have like crit instead of determination or something, but it doesn't matter in any capacity at all. Did that help? So, even its fellow creations cannot understand it. What a pity. Granted, I did suspect its vocal organ was unique. Aha. If you took the same form, that may be less of an obstacle. Though I am admittedly unversed in the original design specifications, I should have little difficulty transforming you into its mirror. Shall we have a go? Wonderful. Now, stand still. In order to proceed further in the quest, you must be under the transfigured status. Okay. Should have given him a screen button. Square, circle, square, 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 BX. If anything, you understand even less than you did before. How was that? Now, one moment, please. Pardon me, I had not the slightest idea what you were saying. Would you mind repeating that? Foiled again. Nevertheless, we have gained valuable data. Square X, square, circle, 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 triangle, circle, circle, triangle, BB. Now he's mad. Alas, please inform Grillos that it may be some time before I return. I see. Nymph? What do you mean, nymph? That's a beaver. Squeal? The nymph speaks innocently in response to your query, but you have ample reason to doubt its sincerity. Squeal! Squeal! The nymph waddles away, looking rather pleased with itself. Alright. Beavers. I don't know what this thing about beavers is, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Squeal? The nymph. Well, you see, right now we are 12,000 years into the past, where the ancient humans were creating all the species with creation magic. So they've named all the things differently from what we named them. The nymph squeaks innocently in response to your query, but you have ample reason to doubt its sincerity. Let's doubt it. Squeal! Squeal! The nymph waddles away, but not before you catch a strong whiff of nectar. Where you at, Beaver Man? You can't escape me! Or maybe you can. Doubting you, nymph. I don't know what I'm doing right now. Squeal! 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 The nymph squeals in presumably disgruntled fashion and waddles away. Alright, I don't know what that was. You've returned, but where are my nymphi? Beavers! What in the world are you talking about? Come now, tell me what you saw. Spare no detail. I'm a professional. Strange, brown-furred creatures that waddled. Talking about kids. My nymphi were bright and winged. And, oh. Oh no. No. No, that's absurd. Haha. Ha. Tell no one of this. Some things are better off lost. What? I have no idea what you were just laughing at. Like, what are you talking about? I missed something there. Welcome back. You will be pleased to know that based on these results, I am confident the grips can be trained to become the perfect mount. It scorns unfamiliar or clumsy hands, yes, but so long as it trusts its rider, it serves him incomparably. Given Hermes' own expertise, flying creatures are always subject to immense scrutiny before approval. Even so, I have no doubt that our proud friend will pass muster. Pass mustard? Alchemine. Aw, aren't you just adorable? Yes, yes, you are. Hey, whoa! Hee hee, that's what I love about familiars. So whimsical. I have a task that is perfectly suited to one such as yourself. I would like you to inspect the flower beds north of here. I suspect they will have accumulated some ethereal masses. Should you find any, please bring them to me. Do look carefully now if I need someone to wander off into the task half finished. Wander off with the task half finished. I would have asked one of the other researchers. Whoa! It's not funny. I would advise you to keep your head down. I saw some manner of creature darting about in the air just now. If it carries on like that, it's only a matter of time before it collides with someone's skull. It startled me so badly that I accidentally created a winged fish, of all things, which itself escaped to the skies ere I knew it. Though now that I have a moment to reflect on its speedy departure, perhaps the ability to fly is not so wasted upon aquatic creatures as I believed. Surely such a boon would give them heretofore unknown capacity to evade predators. The recent fashion for flying concepts may have something to it after all. I really must pay a visit to the Bureau of the Architect next time in Amarot. I doubt anyone has registered a winged fish yet. There's... well, maybe not. I see you have spoken to everyone, and what are you finding? Exactly right. The Ailoroi bless those they meet with inspiration. After all, we are at our best and our brightest when our hearts are at ease. With clarity of thought and faith in ourselves, we can do anything. And what could possibly quell inner turmoil so well as a lovable creature like this? Mew! Mew! Roar! I don't want a cat. It seems duty calls. She senses another irregularity. Off you go then, dear girl. With today's results, the Ailoros concept will be approved in no time. I am truly fortunate to have such wonderful familiars to work with. Yourself included, of course. Oh, inside? No? On the side? There. Did you locate the Mandragora? Seemingly incapable of comprehensible communication, is it? Perhaps its degree of intelligence bears further scrutiny. Of course, if upon further observation it is deemed sentient, it will be subject to even greater scrutiny to ensure that it can be safely set loose. To understand each other in all its aspects and conclusively prove its beneficial or detrimental. To understand each creation in all its aspects and conclusively prove it beneficial or detrimental to the star, such is our duty and burden as researchers. At least we can say with certainty that its legs work. Oh yeah. Oh, Stone Sprite. Earth Sprite. Though you examine the flower bed closely, there are no ethereal masses to be found. I'm supposed to douse myself somewhere. What are you talking about? There. Alright, let's go do that. A sweet scent with a touch of ripeness fills the air. Hello there. Blow him up! Blow him up! How was that thing hiding from me?
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Same dungeon again? No. Listen. We can start pumping up these stacks. Then when we arrive, we can finally thunder. Then we triple cast flare. 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 Whoops, used one too many. Damn! Alright, dude. Thanks for dropping by. Have a good day. Why is he dying? The thing is, a lot of the time, when tanks are just dying like flies, it's the tank's fault. There are so many tanks who don't know how to use defensive skill properly. Of course, sometimes it's also or often it's also the healer's fault. No doubt about that. Are we missing the healer? We're missing the healer. Why have you pulled without the healer? Then we get more mana, and then we use Fire 4 again. Use Despair again. You have to find his footprints and see where he stops. He stops at one of these holes. I don't understand this guy for the most part. Like, he barely does anything. Oh! This time they aimed slightly differently. Dude! You have to move! You have to help! Healer is crying. Use the teleport. Like, we have to wait. We have to wait until the loot is done rolling, which is 2 minutes. Then we can kick. Women do this every single time when they get a little bit upset. Thank you, they left on the wrong. Now we have a new healer. So what happened was they went AFK without saying anything. Then the tank pulled. His fault, to be honest, but also the healer's fault. Then he started posting, maybe you should wait. Maybe you should wait, question mark. Maybe you should wait. And then when the boss did a stack thing where you have to stack on each other so that the damage gets split, he didn't move. And then the other people weren't able to get to him fast enough, and then he just got one shot. And then he blamed it on everyone else.
I'm warning you. Stay away.
God damn it. I won the DPS anyway. I fucked it up entirely. Bonk. But more! More! No? Alright. I don't mind people being bad that much. Like I might yell in my chair. But when bad people are fucking cocky as shit, like Jesus Christ, fuck you. I think, like, I'm not sure, but I think Thunder used to be, like, the best button you could press. Oh, it's terrible. Because when Thunder ticks, it has a chance to make the next Thunder instant. Instant, free, and it does its entire like dot duration as damage instantly, plus applies the dot, so it's really strong. But if the dot's already applied, then that part just wasted, and it does less single target damage than just spamming fire. So now you kind of just keep it until the next time you need to reapply Thunder. That's when you use it.
you take Meteor? Not yet! I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence. I will have the time and tranquility I require. Lust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power!
Should be safe here.
Dancing winds, pierce
So
my
I was.
bones! Stars on high, fall as rain!
Wise Megitos.
Streams of ether! Surge is one! Dancing winds! Pierce my foes! Even when transformed, stars on high, fall as rain!
Oh. Leveled up. What do we get now? Enhanced Sharp Cost. Oh, that's super lame. Stacks twice. Alright, let's finish this place before we queue for anything more. Next time we'll do roulettes. Ah, the scent of nectar water and fresh cut vines. You did as I asked. 'Tis much appreciated. Acanthi grow and propagate quickly. Too quickly, as I have learned. Their short life cycle makes them an excellent source of fertilizer in woodland areas. I had hoped this factor would be enough to keep their population in check, but it appears that without natural predators, they proliferate so fast as to smother the local flora. Moving them to the gardens will do for the moment, but I must find the means to make them less invasive as a species, lest they be deemed unsuited to this world. I couldn't bear to see that happen to my darlings. Oh, did I neglect to mention that I am the creator of the Acantha concept? A great many of those who research the creations in Elpis submit our own concepts from time to time, you know. It would be wasteful not to put the knowledge we gain from our observations to use. Just as it would be wasteful to allow my darlings to be sent to Lethe. I will make this concept work, I promise you that. Alright. What did we get? What did we get? Gloves. Pieces choker. Pieces ring. Pieces bottom. Bracelet. Did you scrutinize every corner of the beds? As I suspected, masses of earth in aspect. The gardens of the 12 Wonders reflect the balance of dynamic and stagnant ether of all 6 aspects. An excess of activity in a single aspect leads to this type of agglomeration. 'Tis these flowers' way of bearing fruit, so to speak. Beautiful as they may sound, ethereal masses indicate that we must adjust the ethereal balance in Elpis to maintain an ideal environment. There's naught for you to worry about, my dear. You worry your dear little head about, of course. Such magic is as simple as breathing for us. Run along now. You hurt my researcher, prepare to die? Huh? Kinda rough. I don't know if I can AoE these. I don't think so. Black Mage. Pretty squishy. Maybe someone will come to help. Maybe I'm just wasting my time. Both things are just as likely. Fuck. Oh, someone's here. Oh, multiple people are here. Are we AoEing? It's AoE. Dude, I'm gonna have trouble building up my spells. Ah, there we go. I was trying to finish up the challenge log thing, so we got the bonus XP from that. Which we did. The quintessential example of a poisonous specimen is the Morbol Marquis. Of course. Morbol Marquis. Of course. Never was there a creation so foul, so pungent, hence the name. Indeed, the concept has lately been adjusted to prevent any further accidents. But the Marquis, oh the Marquis, it blinds the eyes and paralyzes the body, even as the mind desires nothing so much as to vomit, continually to purge its stench. Why did they ever make that thing? Yeah, that's really strange. Because they keep talking about like, oh no, this animal, it doesn't fit into the natural cycle of everything, and then they make like literal demon dogs. You are soliciting ideas for an isle of poisonous concepts. In that case, you might ask after the new cultivar from the chthonic horns. I am told it bears poison fruit. Poisonous creatures. Why, there's one right here. As you can see, its skin is translucent. The body within is, shall we say, squishy. Fortunately for it, those beautiful sleeve-like appendages conceal countless minute stinging darts. Most other creatures cannot so much as touch it, let alone devour it. It would be fascinating to see how it fares against non-aquatic concepts. Oh, perhaps it could even fly, should a light enough gas be incorporated into the membrane. It's flying right now, dude. You have learned a disturbing fact about stinging invertebrates. Wait, we're pretty close to this. Let's see if we unlock the flying thing yet. Here's what I've got for now. If only it were quieter around here, I might be able to hear myself think for long enough to think up some ideas for new wares. Well, clearly there were a bunch of dudes here, so let's do this. Ah! It's really easy that you let your fire thing run out. I just want to do enough fates so that we can unlock the flying mount speed here. It's a Dragoon. I was hoping it was a warrior, but it's a Dragoon. You really do need a tank to AoE them. Fuck it up again. There you are. I had begun to worry you had become mired in the minutiae. Here's your notes. 3 notes. Enough to see to our options. Yet not so many as to lead us into the weeds. Well done. My, this Marquis is fascinating, isn't it? How might one contain such a specimen, that it not befoul its environs beyond repair? I simply must know. Excuse me, we are off to see a man about a marble. Alright, that area done. Oh, there are so many quests. So many quests. But I can see the end. You're a familiar, aren't you? Perfect timing. A pair of researchers are scheduled to arrive today from Emerald, and I need you to collect their concepts from them. We've completed assessments for their creations, you see, and must make preparations to officially register the designs with the Bureau of the Architect. Please, make sure to also ask for any provisional names they might have for their works. You're a familiar, aren't you? Have you any prowess in battle? Good. I could use your help with something. You see, I was asked to assess a one-eyed giant created as a facility guard, and so pitted against a lotus to test its fighting skills. Not only did the giant fall to a single blow, the lotus went into a frenzy and escaped. In my opinion, compact familiars like you are far more effective than these overly large brutes, and this is my chance to prove it. Do you think you can handle our runaway combatant? Fine, I'll help. Of course, you'll be well rewarded for your efforts. Our experiment was conducted to the east, and that's as good a place as any to start looking for the lotus. It's a lotus, not a lotus. You must be Azim's familiar. I had a favor to ask of the observers here, but seeing as they all seem awfully preoccupied, perhaps I can ask you instead. I'm experimenting with crossbreeding different types of plants. I was thrilled when I finally produced a whole new species, right up until the point where they rose up and floated away. Last I saw of them, they were headed towards the eastern side of the island. I managed to wrangle a goodly number, but there are still 8 or so missing. Could you help me recapture them? Thank you. Here, use this etheric rope to capture, say, 4 of them, and I can hopefully handle the rest. You and your ropes. I hope she's alright. Oh, I want to go after her, but what if she comes back while I'm away? Huh? You must be a familiar. Can you help me deliver a message? I have an associate who works much too hard. I want to tell her to take a break and join me for a nice relaxing meal. I sent another familiar already, but it's failed to return. As an experimental entity, it's too simple to handle more than one order at a time, so it might be stuck attempting to fulfill my request. Would you mind checking on them both for me? I can give you a little something if you're willing to help out. Wonderful. Knowing my associate, she's probably dozing off somewhere around the trees to the north. This wouldn't happen if she'd get a good night's rest for once. You might need to give her a poke to wake her up. Oh, still no reaction. What exactly are we supposed to try now? Ah, perfect. A familiar. I'm on the observation team for a new kind of bird, and it's giving us some trouble. It won't move or react at all, no matter what anyone does to it. Could you maybe give it a try? Okay. I certainly hope so, and I've got something for you if you succeed. We have a specialist in avian species working with the creation in question, and we can help you with the particulars. You'll find them by the towering structure northeast of our settlement here. A name. I need a name for it. One that will stand the test of time as it passes through generation after generation. When you break it down, what's in a name, really? Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. You're a familiar, I take it. Very good. But whose, I wonder? Well, that's not important right now. You've ears enough to listen to my plight. I'm tasked with a job of great import. Nomenclature. Currently, I find myself facing down a sort of creative blockage in regards to this fellow's name. This is a creature who has not only survived the vicious wilds of the Hungering Gardens, but has thrived in them thanks to its ossified spines. Thus, it deserves a name befitting its rugged tenacity. Despite its singularly unique physical properties, its creator never bothered to refer to it as anything besides its designation. Euros 310. I cannot abide so uninspired a name for a creation as remarkable as this. But therein lies the rub. For all its captivating qualities, I've yet to hit upon a captivating name. I was just on my way to take a turn about the grounds to stimulate the creative juices, so to speak. But seeing you, I realized two heads may be better than one. So, what do you say? Would you care to join me in my walk? Sure. Excellent. You, my quick-witted familiar friend, will be a boon indeed to my imagination. What say we take a quiet moment to cogitate beneath that large tree to the south of here? A name. You know, all names are basically just descriptions. Like, that's what they are. The only names that don't sound like descriptions are the ones that you don't understand that they are a description, because they're like Spanish or like Old Swedish or something. Like, what is that bird? It has a red breast, and yeah, that's it. Let's call it a red breast. Okay. You're a familiar, aren't you? Then perhaps you might be able to help me. I received an appeal for assistance from a colleague of mine, but I'm up to my eyeballs in work as it is. Might you step in where I cannot? Your benevolence does you credit. The researcher I spoke of has striking red hair and is likely lingering to the south side of Calimelius Zephyros. Well, there are more quests to accept. Excuse me, but have you a moment? I'm in search of a runaway creation and need an extra set of hands to assist in its apprehension. I had been keeping such a close watch on the thing, and it had been so well behaved. I thought I could rest my eyes for a second. When I looked up, though, poof! Gone, just like that. Please, won't you help me find it? I'll make it worth your while, I promise. Oh, thank you. I'll continue to search in this vicinity, though it's likely the creature's scampered off farther afield. While I scour the area here, might you explore the eastern end of Rumination's Ramble? Oh yes, I should probably tell you about the creature we're looking for. We call it a bryon, a seedkin that bears a passing resemblance to a moss bloom. It will wither and perish without water, or become an overgrown monstrosity with too much. Keeping it hydrated is a delicate balancing act. If the creature has fallen into a river, it will be, suffice to say, too big to carry on one's own. Should you find it submerged in a body of water, try to remove as much moisture as you can. That ought to shrink it somewhat. Use this drying agent on it to drain the sodden sop. If it begins to rave at you or act in any way rampageous, subdue it and capture it with this etheric rope. Holy shit, so many ropes! You there, please, it's most urgent. A colleague of mine in Philominthes Notos has just sent word of a most disturbing nature. A blue Charybdis was practicing its flying, but became separated from its fellows. From what I gathered, based on my friend's manic message, she was last seen taking wing to Peripetea crystalline. We are all of us searching far and wide, but could you look in the direction of Peripetea crystalline? Your help will not go unrewarded, I can assure you that. Oh, thank you. Between us, we ought to be able to locate this lost creature. You should know that Charybdis have a penchant for heights, so I will scan the skies around here. I leave the upper floors of Peripetea crystalline to you. If you do happen to find the creature I spoke of, use this etheric rope to bind it. Ah, not to worry. The bindings cause no injury or pain. Good luck, and I shall see you soon. Another fucking rope! Those are some low levels of ether you have there. Even for a familiar, that must be awfully inconvenient. What say you assist me with an experiment that could help increase your reserves? I need one more ingredient before I can get started. If you could get your hands on a bit of slime from an Adus in the forest, that would be a great help. They use illusory magics to mimic the shape of nearby creatures, so it'll be tricky to find one. But not impossible. Keep your eyes peeled for anything acting out of place. Once you think you've located an Adus, use this crystallized concept to dispel the illusion. It should then be a relatively simple task to defeat the creature and obtain a nice heaping handful of gunk. Oh, but be warned, if you use the crystal on anything else, it tends to react violently. Should you make a mistake, there's no shame in beating a hasty retreat. A rather unusual familiar, aren't you? I haven't seen your concept on file at the Bureau of the Architect, and I've never come across anything like you in all my years in research. You're Azem's familiar. Well, that certainly explains it. His creations are truly something else. I'm even more intrigued now. Would you mind if I observed you for a time? I'll make it worth your while, of course. Fantastic. I can hardly wait to get started, but not here. The study I'd like to conduct requires we relocate to the west a ways. Please come and join me when you're ready. There. Perfect timing, familiar. I have a favor to ask of you. It's my job to name the creations brought to us, but I can't seem to decide on one for this particular concept. It may be because I'm the one who designed it. It's a species of plant which I intended as a gift for my love. A clear conflict of interest, unfortunately. My names are always fair and logical and perfectly suited to the creation, but this time I'm not so sure. I do have a name for it, but what if it's not suitable? What if it's too personal? I thought of discussing the matter with my associates, but my dilemma is far too embarrassing. Would you ask if they think the name is appropriate in my stead? Don't worry, I wouldn't expect you to work without recompense. This is the creation, a yellow pansy, and the name I have in mind is Mythos. A yellow pansy? What? You didn't show me anything. What a sight! An Ampelo sneezed and sent tufts of cloud mallow flying every which way. But while highly amusing, I'll never be able to gather them all up alone. Unless you're willing to lend a hand. Thank you so much. Let's split up and start looking for them. Be on the lookout for fluffy white plants floating around Poitin Oikos. And bring any you find back here. Oh dear, I'm starting to worry some. It's my colleague, you see. We heard this horrid screech from a Melanian, and he went rushing off to check what all the fuss was about. I was thinking of following after him, but, well, just look at me. You, however, appeared well versed in combat and all such sanguinary escapades. Perhaps you might see if aught is amiss and ensure my coworker hasn't come to any harm. That's very kind of you to agree to such a request. The last I saw of him, he was racing for the southern end of Calimalius Zephyros. Do promise to hurry. I'm half afraid he was wound up the wrong side. He has wound up the wrong side of some nasty fiend's fangs. Now we have too many quests. Cloud Mallow. What am I supposed to do with this? Collect them? Okay. Yes, what is it? My, what a pretty flower. And you said it was called Mythos. A fine name. Many flowers are named with a special feeling in mind, so going by what you told me, this one is in good company. I have no idea what that means. Can I help you? Of course, you wish to collect my concept. It's this creature I have with me. It doesn't have a proper name as such. From what I hear, the observers have been calling it Notos 642, a nod to the island it resides on. Right? Right. Well, I trust you'll put this in Meleagros' hands. More cloud thingies. Where do we have more cloud thingies? I'm not seeing any. There. 2 more. A familiar. Do you need something? A flower. It's beautiful, and it smells so lovely. Is it for me? Oh! You just want to know if the name is suitable, do you? Have you tried asking at Khaleesi's Hyperborea? No one knows as much about naming as them. Here's a guidebook on this subject. Take it with you and let your master decide what to do from there. We have a restless plant. Oh, there's someone here. You're gonna die, bro. Not anymore because I saved you. Oh no! Silence me for 10 seconds! Alright. Restless Plant. One of the 4 ropes we've got. Got him. Got him. You've spotted an overgrown creation resembling a corpocor, and it's likely the bryon you are in search of. Use the drying agent to remove some of its excess moisture. Oh no! He's mad! Maybe it's this rope. Good. It wasn't showing. Hello there, Minotaur man. What do we do with the Minotaur? Etheric rope? Rope? Dispelling concept. Gra! What? Suspicious Pegasus. Oh, there, Pegasus. Dispelling you as well. Dot dot dot. Gloop. Fuck. Just happened. Back so soon, and with the slime, I hope. There you go. If only every familiar were as useful as you. With this I can make a potion to increase your ether production. All the other ingredients are in order. Hippogriff brain, a monoceros horn, and Ophion entrails. The concoction will supplement any natural deficiencies, relying on the chameleonic properties of the slime to generate ether compatible with your existing etheric signature. Clever, yes? Once this is brewed for a bit, it'll be ready to drink. Oh, this is so exciting. I can hardly wait to see just how explosive the increase to your ether will be. I think I hear my master calling. No, I want to eat that. Give me more ether. Oh, I meant to be of service, but it seems I've kept you from kept you from your other duties instead. My deepest apologies. Perhaps you can come back for the potion. But in the meantime, take this for your troubles. Yeah, give me the potion. A potion. How did it go? Did everyone think of the... What did everyone think of the name? I see. Well, that is good to know. I won't be needing this guidebook, of course, as I can very well ask for myself for my thoughts. Or perhaps I should. It wouldn't hurt to have some confidence in the work I do, after all. As I created this flower, I thought of my beloved, an artist, and the stories she seeks to tell through her plays. My hope is that, much like a myth or legend, her work is told and retold through the ages, hence mythos. I have decided. I'll keep the name and submit it to the Bureau of the Architect. Thank you for your help. Sure, bro. Bro. Nothing in my neck of the woods, I'm sorry to report. Did you have any luck? You found it! And just as I suspected, thrashing about in rumination's ramble. Naughty thing. So, you had to subdue it, I take it? Goodness, it certainly put you through the mill. At least you do not seem too badly wounded, and nor does it. The Brian has taken the remarkable ability to predict precipitation and rainfall. If you see it shaking its leaves, you know the rain is on its way. It's why we created it in the first place, to provide those in the wetlands a method by which they may prepare for sudden storms. Unfortunately, as we have discovered, it becomes absolutely enormous when exposed to liquid in large quantities, rendering them rather dangerous in humid areas. Oh well, back to the drawing board. At any rate, thank you for locating this little rascal, or rather large rascal as the case may be. I know not whose familiar you are, but you were a tremendous help. Here, for your pains. I read for your penis. But he did not say for your penis. As a matter of fact. Did you find any of the plants? Perfect. It's such a relief to have them back. A somewhat amateur creator invented the concept to bring more life into the clouds, which is all well and good, but they get blown away far too easily. It would be nice if they were a bit more wind resistant. We need to know they can settle in a place without fear of them flying off, because some beast breathed on them too hard. Well, I'd better put them back where they belong, before a light breeze undoes all your hard work. Here, take these thanks for your help. They honestly have like a really bad organization here. Like every single one of their concepts is like running rampant and just causing all kinds of problems. Thank you for agreeing to accompany us, Robin. Shall we? Certainly. Now, what was the name of your creation again? The Batracoy, a delightfully roly-poly pudding of a thing. Ah yes, the one over at Rumination's Ramble. My brother Alcaius is in charge of tending to it. Right this way, if you please. Aren't you a sweet-looking familiar? Tell me, to whom do you belong? Oh, you're Azem's, are you? He's a goodly sort, wouldn't you say? Always appearing in times of trouble to extend a hand to those in need. And given that I'm one such, I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I borrowed you for a bit. A lengthy debate was held in Catesis Hyperborea regarding the evaluation of creations. Meticulous minutes were taken during said forum, which I would like you to fetch for me. A dear friend in Amrot asked for them, you see, and I plain forgot about all of it. I can't read right now. You see, and I plain forgot all about it. Now, if you would be so kind. I will send word to the scrivener in charge and ask them to await your coming in front of Perpetua Crystalline, where the documents are being held. Once you've the notes, return to me here. I'm gonna return minutes to you? What are you talking about, bro? Should you choose to undertake this quest, know that guidance blah 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 blah. No guidance. Okay. Can you spare a moment, familiar? I'd like to gauge my own familiar's capabilities against yours. See this one's big blue eyes. They're especially sensitive to ethereal emissions. As part of my testing, I propose a race between the two of you. I've imbued a Gamelia bloom with a unique trace of ether. Whoever finds it first is the winner. I suppose it won't be much of a contest unless you can see the ether as well, so I'll lend you a crystal which will allow you to detect its presence. If the flower is nearby when you use it, the crystal will emit a brilliant light. The further you are from your prize, the less dazzling this glow will be. Let me know if you require further instructions. Now, let the competition begin. Okay. It glimmers warmly. Doesn't change at all. Twinkles only faintly, so we're getting further away from it. I suppose. Glimmers warmly. 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 You're the familiar then. Very good. Here are the records of the forum. Careful now, it's a sizable stack of volumes. Try not to drop any on your way back. Oh, you bitch! Oh, I didn't want to do this right now. Maybe we can do this while we have this. Nope. Where am I bringing it? Here? Oh. Bringing it all the way back? I have no idea to whom, though. That guy. These are the documents I requested? My word, they must have been terribly heavy. The friend I spoke of is involved in the operation of Anamnesis Anider, a facility which houses myriad concepts, cogitations, and ideas. He felt that certain procedures, especially the ones concerning living creations, were lacking in information. Thus he sought detailed records that he might fill in the blanks, so to speak. I believe you're owed a little reward for your help. I'll think over what to offer you while I pack my belongings for the journey ahead of me. Come to see me at the entrance to Poitin Oikos. I'm sure I'll have made up my mind by then. There you are. I finished my packing and, as it so happens, have hit upon a most commensurate gift. My favorite food, and freshly made, too. Try it. I'm sure you will love it. Farewell, familiar. Give my regards to Azem. Spicy shakshuka. I wouldn't mind people giving me food randomly. And who might you be? Ah, you're here for my concept. Well, here it is in the flesh. I call it the stone moe. It secretes a fluid that eats through solid rock, giving it the ability to burrow into even the hardest terrain. It can also toughen its skin by ingesting the rock it has liquefied. Based upon those traits, I humbly request that it be given a good, strong name. Like Stone Mole. Twinkles faintly. It just keeps... like, it keeps getting worse in this direction, but in this direction it's the same everywhere. Unless it's, like, up north. Poke. Oh, how long was I asleep? Ephiron sent you, just to invite me to eat. Why send a familiar for something so trivial? Although, come to think of it, I could use a meal. Please let him know I'll be coming along soon. Bye-bye. Wait, are you a familiar as well? I thought you were one of us for a moment. Anyway, thank you for waking me. I suppose we'll be eating at our usual place. A nice cup of tea to start with sounds lovely. Well, do you not also need to report to Epifron? Maybe I'm assuming the area is too big? Maybe it's just a really small area. In that case, it's down this direction somewhere. Oh, you're a familiar, aren't you? One sent by Glafira, no doubt. Well, thank goodness you're here. I confess I'm still in somewhat of a daze. But with you here, I at least feel safe enough to stop and catch my breath. Something came over the specimen I was examining, though I'm not entirely sure what. I'd never seen it behave so erratically before. At any rate, it managed to slip my grasp and escape. I tried to chase after it, but I'm not half so fleet-footed. To complicate matters, the thing has a very nervous temperament, and will flee if anyone so much as approaches it. I considered imbuing some sort of sleeping spell into a dart, which one might shoot from a height, but who has such impeccable aim? Not I, to be sure. Do you? Hell yeah, dude. You do? I admit that proposal was made somewhat in jest, but this works out perfectly. So it's settled. You shall put our skittish beast to bed. Find yourself a vantage point from a rise southeast of here, and with this blow dart, bring the frenzied fiend under control again. Me? Oh, I will stay here and take a moment to collect myself. Is not the sun-dappled forest floor a stunning sight? Is not the breeze so bracing as to lift the spirits? Is not the susurrus of the Melanioi's whiskers so pleasant as to induce great thoughts? Surely, with all the inspiration that surrounds us, you have been stirred into contemplation too. Tell me, what is it you now focus so squarely upon? The innumerable tasks that sit waiting to be done. So, even familiars have their fair share of woes. Might I suggest you take this moment to relax then? Simply let the winds wash over you, the rustle of the leaves play in your ears, and just think. /think. How you're thinking. Nope. Didn't work, did? For a time, all you can hear is the breeze, like a calming whisper in your ears. All of a sudden, a groan invades your peace of mind. Created to survive in extreme weather conditions, whose adaptability is second to none. What would be a name suitable for such a creature? I can practically feel genius on the tip of my tongue, yet nothing comes. Oh, bother, this won't do, now will it? I hate to ask, but would you accompany me a while longer? Come, let's away to a westerly waterfall. For fuck's sake. What are we shooting? Something is rampaging. And still, this is the first one that has actually been hard. Come on. Come on, you little bitch. Gotcha. But that's only because I have a gamepad. It's a small elephant. Call that a rabbit? The fuck? That's not a rabbit. Squeak, squeak. That was much too close for my liking. Your timing was truly immaculate. I was quite trapped, and would have been gobbled up if not for your timely interference. It was the agitated cries of the Millennium which brought me here. When I arrived to see what inspired such howling, I discovered this fellow being set upon that raging creature. I didn't hesitate to insert myself into the fray, of course. I should be fine, but it's the familiar for whom I am most concerned. Could you make sure it's unharmed? You are not a rabbit. I will kill you myself. Sniff, squeak. Why did you give me a carrot? You're not a rabbit. The familiar appears to be free of any injuries, scrapes or bruises, and has left behind a dazzling carrot, as if to say thank you. Deliver the carrot to the long-haired observer. A relief to know they are not too severely injured. Oh my, what is that? You say the creature left it behind. A striking color for a carrot, wouldn't you say? Perhaps this was its way of showing its gratitude. What a thoughtful creature. And one I have never seen before. Whose familiar could it be, I wonder? I will perform an investigation upon my return. Now then, shall we head back to Poitin Oikos? I'm in a very sorry state and would like to get cleaned up as soon as possible. Time to do roulettes. Glimmers warmly. Will you ever do anything else? Glimmers warmly. Glimmers warmly. Twinkles faintly. Is faintly better than warmly? That can't be right. It's so strange. Because it's not... Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no, like, real area. This is one of the worst hot and cold quests I've ever seen. It's like everywhere. Lukewarm. 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 No, it's somewhere here, maybe. No. No. Maybe. I don't know. It's somewhere. No, not here. No, it's definitely not here. Okay. Fuck. This is terrible. Glimmers faintly. Or is it, am I literally just supposed to randomly find it here? Like, just flying around in an area where it is? It's not supposed to say anything else? It literally just tells me if it's in the vicinity or not. Brilliantly! Finally, holy shit. You brought the concepts I asked for. Very good. And did you ask for the provisional names? The stone mole and Notos 642, and the mole's creator requested that it have a powerful sounding name. Some researchers too become quite attached to their creations, don't they? It may seem inconsequential, but the appropriate naming of concepts is of the utmost importance. Allow me to explain. Once it has been determined that a creation is beneficial to the star, we can proceed with registering the creator's design with the Bureau of the Architect. First, however, the approved concept must receive their official names, and as a taxonomist, it's my task to bestow them. When naming, one must strive for elegance and simplicity, all the while taking care to adhere to existing conventions and avoid repetition. The more creations we name, the more difficult it becomes to maintain this high standard. It is a demanding job, to be certain, but one which I am proud to do. For as long as this purpose guides me, I will fill this void, or this world, with the most marvelous appellations I can imagine. Please, take this in exchange for completing your errand. I have to pick one. I don't want any of your browns. Greetings. I am a researcher from the words of Mitron. I have dedicated my life to studying and creating aquatic life, but my main focus is the development of new shark species. My latest creation has completed its round of observation at Anagnorosis and will be released after one final test. The thing is, I'm hoping to consult with a taxonomist before the Bureau of the Architect hands down its official registration. The same one who named my last shark, if I can, Spoidebroidios, was such a marvelous name. It turns out it's rather difficult to track down a specific person in a place such as this. Could you help me? Thank you. Here, take this. It's a model of the previous creation I just mentioned. Whoever named it should hopefully be able to recognize it. Would you assist me, familiar? As I'm sure you are aware, the floating islands of Elpis were created to provide suitable habitats for our various creations. In order to maintain their respective environments, however, surveyors such as myself must make regular assessments of their ethereal composition. To that end, I was planning to take samples from the Melanian habitat with my partner, but it seems he had urgent engagement. Something about an unscheduled meeting with a member of the Convocation of 14. Though I'm now faced with handling this rather grueling task alone, waiting until he returns is simply not an option. As I said, it's important to gather data at regular specific intervals, and thus am I requesting your help. So, what say you? Would you be willing to accompany me in place of my partner? Sure. Many thanks. I'll be sure to reward you for your efforts. Right, let's hurry along then. We'll need to make our way to the south. Thank you so much for coming. Now let's get straight to business. All you need to do is reach out and touch some Orpheus songflowers. They're pretty blooms, light blue in color. And they emit these, well, bubbles, which enthrall any overly curious creatures. Think of it as a defensive mechanism. It has no effect on sapient beings such as myself, but I am fascinated to know how it will affect you. Fear not, I will be sure to intervene should you begin to fall under its spell. I would never leave a familiar to such a fate, and especially not a familiar created by a Zem. Now, I have created 3 flowers of varying sizes and potencies. We'll begin with the smallest and weakest. Oh, I may be able to protect you from the flower itself, but if any nearby beasts are already under its influence, I'm afraid you'll have to be the one to protect me. Fighting was never my forte. Oh, I have to go right away? Okay, where are we going? It's this one. Well, I guess we're not finishing that quest. Ah, the anticipation. You touch the flower. It doesn't seem to affect you. No reaction. Interesting. Let's try a more powerful one, shall we? Why do you have so many hipposurfs here, dude? Oh, we got it again. Alright. Why not?
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Winning. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I can't AoE them all. He has them too spread out. But on the other hand, they are too big. So I understand. Bam. Maybe it's bad to pop that right away here. We're losing like half of it. I don't know if it's worth throwing that last fire 3, but I think so. I want to think so. That. Oh my. No, we can cast that. Fuck! I was hoping that would catch up to him, but it didn't. Giga Flare time. I wonder if there's any way to get more flares. I don't think so. Right, you shouldn't use the threat list. Select targets when you're playing Black Mage. Otherwise, it's hard to get the correct one that has enough health so that you can actually cast another spell. And the reason I throw a Thunder there is so we have a chance of getting a proc. And when we get to the next pack, and I reapply it, we also get a big damage new gun. Just want my mask. Give me the mask. Oh, I didn't want that. Whatever.
I cannot let you take Meteor. Not yet.
No, let's not go full flare bro here. Let's wait until the next pack. Oh, let's go full flare bro.
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
Hello there, forgot about you guys. Whoops. Well, whatever. We have enough mana. Finish off this guy. Pick it up. Pick it up.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Lust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power!
I think I'm safe.
Dancing winds, pierce my foes! Stars on high, fall as rain! Ether! Surge as one! Dancing winds, pierce my foes!
Tomorrow unemployed? Finally. Finally. You must be looking forward to this. Yeah, for like a week until you get a new job.
Stars on high, fall as rain! Even when transformed, but I am not finished yet.
Blech. Have that. We already have that. My sleep schedule is trash until I get a job. You could always just go to bed. Just keep your normal schedule. Just stop. Don't stop setting your alarm clock. Your girlfriend's gonna be like, "Come to bed!" Anyway. That's what they do. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, unironically, don't stop setting your alarm clock. Like it helps a lot. What's that you have there? Oh, a Spoide Bride Yois. Of course I know it. I named it after all. Its creator was calling it a Cladus Salah, but I decided to go with something more closely tied to its distinct way of moving. I wanted to really capture the image of it rushing forward with its tiny steps, somehow swift and slow at once. In case you were curious, the name comes from a proverb meaning more haste, less speed. And if the creator wishes me to name her newest creation, I would of course be honored to do so. It's in an Agnorosis, you say. I look forward to seeing it soon. Alright, where is this guy? There he is. I need to go to the bathroom. So let's do that. Oh! Oh. Must have janked the cable a little bit. Screen started fritzing up. There you are. Shall we be off to the flower then? Fine. Again, let's go to the flower. Well, actually, we only need to go to this flower. Where is he? Dude! Move your ass! Oh, this is not where we're going. We're going... well, over here. There it is. Two? You touch the flower. You don't feel any different. Still nothing. Well, let's see how you fare against an exceptionally large one. Okay, where's the lamb? Down there. Okie doke. Come on. Oh! Dude, get out of the way. Can't you see the gigantic tiger deer cat got here? You touch the flower. Nothing happens. Incredible. Even a flower this size has no effect on you whatsoever. I thought for sure you would be enthralled. Considering the sparse nature of your ether, it simply doesn't make sense, as I must possess some mastery which eludes me. In any case, that ends our experiment. I'll dissolve these blooms and meet you back at Poitin Oikos. Personally, I even go so far as I set my morning alarm, and then I have 2 more alarms for taking walks. So, like, when you're retarded, you have to hard structure it yourself. That's what I do. The rocks in this area contain ores that can tell us about the environmental ether. We'll have to break them apart with destructive magics to collect the necessary samples. You may find that difficult with your inherent limitations, but I have a little something to help with that. Here, use this concept crystal to shatter an outcrop of rock, then bring any ore fragments back to me. Start in the east if you would. I'll start working elsewhere, and we can meet back here. Ore fragments. How did you fare? Excellent. This should give me all the information I need. Let's head back, shall we? Almost through with this bullshit. Bullshit. May I ask a favor? A colleague of mine from the Thalassai is overdue to make his report, and I need someone to give him a gentle nudge. He is currently over at Rumination's Rumble, observing some life forms newly hatched from one of our creations, but I'm afraid I'll skew the data if I show up and startle them. A familiar like you, however, should cause much less of a disruption. Would you be so kind? That was certainly quick. Did you really find the bloom already? Incredible. I've never seen such a talented familiar. Speaking of which, mine seems to have been distracted. I suppose that's only natural, considering its feline traits. But it honestly seems more like a pet than a proper familiar at times. Well then, I believe you deserve a reward for your victory, and for your assistance with my testing. Please be sure to convey my gratitude to your master as well. I don't have a master, dudes. How very good it is to see you again, my friend. Now, how very good it is to see you again. My friend, the one whom you plucked from the jaws of death itself, is seeking treatment for his wounds as we speak. I heard the entire tale, how a rabbit familiar was on the scene. Mistress Venat was said to be researching one such familiar. Or that's the story, anyway. Perhaps one you came across is related to that business. Well, regardless of its origins, it sounded like a rather polite creature, as I was told it left behind a sort of gift. Yet I shan't be outdone by a bunny, charming though it surely is. Here you are, a present. It's nothing special, but I hope it proves as scrumptious as the character Mysterious Familiar bestowed upon you and my colleague. So that's why she chose the rabbits. She already liked rabbits. She was making rabbit familiars. Thank you. Without your aid, I wouldn't have been able to properly observe how the introduction of melanioi has affected their habitat's ether. It's important to keep careful track of the environments here to make any necessary adjustments. The terrain, the flora, everything that makes up the habitat must be meticulously controlled to fit each subject under observation. Though I applaud my partner's enthusiasm for learning at the foot of a convocation member, we cannot neglect these fundamental, albeit tedious, facets of our work. I think I might actually skip the raids. Because the thing is, if I do the raid, and then next expansion when I start playing, before, I'll already have done the first quest, which means I can't New Game Plus it, so it'll just be super weird. And we can't finish it now anyway, because it's not going to be released for like 6 months. Any luck finding my taxonomist? You found him! And he's willing to give the new one a name, too. That is wonderful news. This latest creation is actually a direct improvement over the last. I gave it more legs for a total of 8 so it can move even more quickly over land. With that taken care of, I need to hurry back to Anagnarosis. But before I go, here, a token of my gratitude. So we need to do this. This, the last area, the last little area in Labyrinthos, and then these 2 role quests for the Black Mage and the White Mage. Thank you for lending me your time. It was most enlightening. Not to mention perplexing. You have so little ether, yet something keeps you resistant to outside influence. Your physical constitution, perhaps. It's something to consider when creating familiars in the future, at least. I promised you a reward, didn't I? Here you go. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some data analysis and concept planning to do, which means we might be done tomorrow. Either we finish it today, which I doubt, or we finish it tomorrow, I would think. Thank you for your help. My familiar says my associate has accepted my invitation. That is what happened, yes? Good. That means it can carry out its duties on a basic level at least. I designed it to convey ideas through information-laden ether rather than words, so I'm happy to see the communication was successful. It does seem, however, that this method is ineffective when the recipient of the message is asleep. I'll get to work on fixing that. But not now. Enjoying some time with my associate is the priority at the moment. Thank you again for your help. You must be Robin. Myra has told me so much about you, in an impressively short span of time. As you have likely already deduced, I am her brother, Alkeos. And you are Cleon, yes? The architect of this Batrakoi, as you call them. Yes, I am. You think them ready for release? I would so love to see their endearing rotund forms bouncing around free in the wild. I've completed my report for the main evaluation criteria. The final decision will be made after a committee discusses the results, but based upon my personal observations, no, they are not ready. No? And might I ask why? Robin, would you be so kind as to give this Batrikoi a solid poke? The creature's lack of familiarity with you will help prove my point. Poke, poke. Not doing anything. You see? No response to external stimuli. The creature is far too placid. What was the concept behind the Batrikoi? A defender of water sources. In its current incarnation, it has neither the instincts nor the means to defend itself, much less fend off entities intent on fouling the waterways. I cannot, in good conscience, certify a subject so poorly equipped to carry out its intended purpose. In fact, I suggest you redesign your concept entirely. Thank you for your candor. And I was so invested in this darling ball of pudgy flesh. Such a pity. Robin, as Azem's familiar, you have seen your fair share of the world and its inhabitants, without altering its physical form. What do you think the Batrikol could do to become a more effective guardian? It could jump and slam you with the stomach. It could use its tongue to grapple opponents. Brilliant! What an innovative mind you have, Robin. Yes, that may suffice. The introduction of an effective offensive measure could well tip the scales towards a favorable judgment. Truly, then I shall modify my concept at once. May I bind this one and take him home with me? Once I've finished making the necessary adjustments, I'll resubmit my request for observation and evaluation. Of course, you are free to do as you wish. I will make a note of it in my logs. Thank you for your creative assistance, Robin. I knew bringing you along would be a good idea. Why, I almost wish I could have you as my own familiar. It's a shame Asm hasn't published your concept for the world to see. But seeing as you're here now, would you mind lending me your talents a while longer? There is one other creation of mine that I feel may benefit from your unique perspective. You've chosen to stay then. Wonderful. I realize we've only just met, but I feel such a bond with you, Robin. There is one more concept I need to finalize, and I can think of no other entity I would rather have at my side during these ever so worrisome evaluations. You have my IO somewhere nearby, don't you, Alkaeos? Yes, Myra keeps that one under her watchful eye, but I know the spot where it usually roams. Come along, we need to cross the stream here. There it is. It would seem the escaped Lotus came back of its own accord. They usually feed off their foes to revitalize themselves, and I imagine it hungers after running amok like that. I'll take care of the situation here, and the Lotus is all yours. No, Lotus. Bye! You certainly made quick work of that, Lotus. I had a feeling I could count on you. As for the giant, it's far too heavy for us to move. I'll arrange for some broad-backed creations to haul it away after we return to Poiton Oikos. What am I looking for here, then? Can't see anything there. Sephiros 72. What are you, a little mole guy? Russell, Russell. A familiar. Can I help you with something? Oh, time to head back, is it? I was so enraptured watching the young ones frolic that I lost track of time. Come, come, everyone, we really must be going. Russell. Still want to play, do you? I guess we shall have to appeal to your bellies then. Would you like to try feeding them? They become much more compliant after eating some of these treats, and they are so adorable when they nibble. Hey dude, do you want to nibble? Russell? Russell, Russell. Isn't it fun watching them romp around? And they really seem to like you. Do you work with the young ones often? These babies are aquatic creatures by nature, but we're modifying them to adapt to life on land. They mostly eat marine insects and shellfish, and some of the larger carnivores feed off them in turn. They also carry their eggs on their backs until they're ready to hatch. Fascinating, aren't they? Oh, but that's not why you're here, is it? I really must head back. No, I don't know why I'm here, but glad you're heading back, dude. And one of them's gonna get angry and try to kill me. By just being a flying eyeball bush. No, it didn't try to kill me. It's crazy. How odd. This is where it usually spends the greater part of its days. Yes, she never strays far from this spot. Perhaps the scent of unfamiliar visitors has made her wary. Let's split up and try to find her. Her being a shaggy four-legged beast with rather majestic horns. Shaggy? It's one of these. No, it's that thing. An Io? What are you? Do you even have eyes? What the hell? No, you can't see shit. You found a shaggy four-legged beast, and the horns really are rather majestic. This must be the Io. Ah, there she is, the naughty thing. Nicely tracked, Robin. Hello, my lovely. Come to Myra now. Well, would you look at that? I think she's taken a liking to you, Rob. And I see that Cleon has a liking for stout and stocky designs. Yes, the heftier the better. The Io is one of my favorites, round and robust, the bristling with spiky protrusions, a truly powerful beast. I envisioned her dominating any habitat she entered. What do you think? She's certainly an imposing specimen. Its physical strength is readily apparent, yes, but more than muscle is needed to dominate a territory. The creature's field of vision is obscured by that mass of wiry hair and curling horns, preventing effective use of its natural weaponry. In the wild, being unable to hunt and catch prey in a consistent manner culminates in a slow death by starvation. It is our recommendation that you redesign the Io as a grass gazer and resubmit the concept as a candidate for livestock. Livestock! Unsurprisingly, the Io here is susceptible to nutritional deficiencies, and we must administer regular ethereal supplements. As you appear to have gained its trust, would you mind doing the honors? You needn't convince it to eat anything, simply splash the creature with this solution. That's how I want to eat. The ethereal supplement is absorbed into the Io's body. Thank you for tending to my creation, Robin. My Io would likely thrive as a livestock animal, but I did so dearly want her to become an apex predator. Oh, maybe there's still hope. You have an eye for these things. Could you offer any more of your insightful suggestions? Please, Robin, I have need of your worldly experience. My Io, my darling hulking Io. She was meant for more than grazing in the fields. Will you look her over and tell me what must be done? How can I transform her from potential livestock to apex predator? Upon closer inspection, you can't shake the feeling that you fought similar beasts before. Such magnificent horns, rendered all but useless by the creature's poor field of vision. The Io's monstrous claws seem capable of tearing a man limb from limb. Even with the Io's limited vision, one swing of its muscular tail would be enough to shatter bones, but for true dominance the beast will need something more, something overwhelming. What about you add a snake to its back and... no, a goat to its back and make a snake tail? What say you? How can we enhance the deadliness of my creation? Cut back on the horns and the head, and let her bring those fangs and claws into play. Yes, deceptively simple but devastatingly effective. I can already picture it. All chaos. Myra, will you permit me to implement some new ideas? Robin has given me much to think about. Strictly speaking, any significant adjustments should be authorized by the Bureau of the Architect, but I think we can allow some temporary modifications for the purposes of experimentation. That sounds more than fair. Thank you. If you could spare a few more moments, I shall take my creation and return with a new and improved lot. Bye-bye. Waiting for him to come back with the behemoth. Oh, peanut butter and banana sandwiches. Leon has been gone for more than a few moments. How extensive could these changes of his possibly be? It is done. Oh! That's what I said. Leon, you've certainly been busy, haven't you? Robin's advice began the process, and then it became difficult to stop. After pruning back on the horns and hair, I reinforced the talons, and moved on to arcane ability. She can now cast Meteor as well as Charybdis. Surely now my Io stands at the pinnacle of predators. In all my time as an observer, I have seen many a creation, but this concept ranks in the highest of echelons. The strength inherent in your Io is more than sufficient to ensure its domination. Wonderful. Then I shall submit my refinements to the Bureau at once, but I think perhaps this new incarnation requires a new name. And I know just the familiar to bestow it. Robin, have you a fitting title for this glorious creature? What about Behemoth? Ah, perfect. So it shall be known, at least for now. I still need to submit the official registration. And now the time has come for me to return to Amalot. I've decided that my next creation will be more of a companion, a pet if you will, suitable for the amusement of children and very clever familiars. Thank you again for all this most productive visit. I hope I might impose upon you again soon. We always enjoy hosting visitors with such enthusiasm for their work. Yes, and we very much look forward to observing your future concepts. Well, brother, Robin, shall we head back to Point in Oikos? I think that was the, entire chain here. Shouldn't be much left now. Just hand in some quests. Unless there's some follow-up thing. Did you catch the plants? Here you go, your plants. Thank goodness for that, though I'd expect no less from Asim's familiar. I rounded up my half as well, which means they're all back safe and sound. They're part Yggdrant, you see. It's no surprise they inherited the eyes, but having them wander off on their own was rather unexpected. To tell the truth, I never really had a specific use in mind for them. I suppose I'd best start thinking about that. The Bureau of the Architect won't be impressed with my new creation unless it serves a purpose. With that in mind, I believe there's research to be done. Thank you for your help, and do pass on my regards to Asim. As I suspected, a smaller, more agile concept has far more facility for adapting to combat situations. Thank you for proving my theory. I'll be sure to keep your performance in mind the next time I design a familiar. Your reward as promised. Oh shit. Oh shit, there's still crap load more. You were sent to help us get this fellow's attention, yes? Then let's get you two acquainted. This here is an abyssus, so named for the way it seems to just stare off into the abyss. One of our colleagues found it perched on a Melanian's antler and brought it in for closer study. And that's everything we know. We have no idea where it came from, who made it, or even what it really is. We'll be taking it to Catesis Hyperborea eventually, but we want to get some notes on it first, namely on how it reacts to external stimuli. The Abyssus has yet to acknowledge any of us, but maybe you can get a reaction out of it, seeing as you're a familiar. Why don't you try giving it a pet to start with? Hello? Hello? The Abyssus doesn't seem to notice you touching it and continues to stare into the distance. Nothing. Like some great thinker lost in a meditative trance. How about giving it a poke? The Abyssus doesn't acknowledge your prodding. No good? I am all out of ideas. Unless you want to try giving it a hug. Okay. Blop, blop. For a brief moment, you could have sworn the Abyssus glanced at you, eyes narrowed in irritation. Still nothing. Too bad, really. Actually, I think it moved. What did it do? I can't believe I missed it. Perhaps the Abyssus only responds to signs of affection. As such, I'll need you to help us experiment a bit more. We'll run dozens of tests, each with a different expression of love. Oh, thank you. No? Well, I suppose you have other duties to attend to. Still, I'm thrilled we got a reaction out of it. Thank you, and please give Pericles my regards when you get to go to collect your reward. Those are the 3 quests we have left. No? Up? Oh, there's something up there? We'll have to take the door then. If you can. There is no sign of the Charybdis. Why are there a bunch of stairs here on the map when I can't use anything? Because they are there. Right. The Charybdis is nowhere to be seen. I can't decide how to pronounce it. It's different every single time. He's dead! Now that you have captured the injured Charybdis, return to Point Oikos and deliver your winged captive to the frazzled researcher. I think I saw something here somewhere, didn't I? Maybe not. Thought there was a vista. Ah, listen close. Can you hear it? A waterfall, whose stream is at once ferocious and tender, whose spray kisses its surroundings in an affectionate pitter-patter, inspiring indeed, and like to give rise to brilliance. Yes, there is no place more perfect for the cogitation of this creature's name. Come, stand with me and let us think of it. What could we name this thing? Butt eyes. Butthole eyes. Butthole IUR. Euros 310's beady eyes appear to scan its surroundings. It's a creature that bears a strong resemblance to a plant, so perhaps Planticus. Huh. It's also a deal similar to a succulent. Aha, I've got it. Succulent. Oh goodness gracious, no, that's just foul. I am afraid I'm quite at a loss for names beyond the paltry few I've offered. Perhaps you could provide a fresh perspective. What is it you find most endearing about this creation? Its spiky head. Oh, that did the trick. Your astute observational skills have stirred my imagination, for I have come up with a very worthy name. I must return to Point Oikos at once and ensure that no other creation shares this nomenclature. You will not be too far behind, yes? You are due a suitable gift for the help you have provided, after all. How dexterous you must be to hit a moving target with so small an object. Most impressive. Well, allow me to take that dosing specimen off your hand. Here, take the elephant baby. Why, what a precious sight our little beast makes when it's not running amok. A shame it can't be this adorable all the time. This was, in fact, one amateur creator's answer to the walking shark that recently gained approval. A somewhat hasty and ill-advised attempt, if you ask me. Credit where credit is due, though. The specimen is bipedal, despite its base being that of a quadrupedal beast. Its predilection for being an excitable nuisance, however, means it cannot be of any real use to our star. What it needs is a healthy dose of intellect. I will write a report stating as much. While I do that, return to Glafira, and tell her of the assistance you rendered. Oh, and offer my gratitude too, would you? Alright, let's see if we're done. Or if there's some follow-up bullshit. There you are. Thank you for tidying up that bit of a mess for me. Speaking of which, what was the mess exactly? A thrilling game of Chase the Creation, was it? That conjures up a sorry image indeed. It sounds like the researcher was able to glean some valuable information, so all's well that ends well, I suppose. If all goes according to the reports made, and sufficient intellect can be cultivated, then the specimen should prove a valuable contribution to our world. Thank you again for your assistance. My associate said you were incredibly helpful. You have his thanks as well as mine. What did you think of the abysses? Strangely enthralling, isn't it? With those penetrating eyes that seem to stare right into your very core. It almost feels like it's studying us as much as we're studying it. I have to wonder who made it and for what purpose. I'll have to consult with Venat. If anyone should know aught of this creation, it is her. Oh, and before I forget, here's your reward for today's work. I must say I greatly enjoyed our time together. I believe nothing cultivates creativity quite like this sharing of ideas. So often am I forced to work alone. And though it pains me to admit this, it's not much fun to ponder in the silence of one's own company. In fact, I credit you for the name I devised. All that remains now is to go to Perpetua Crystalline, ensure there is no record of any similarly named creation, and appoint Euros 310 with its official name. And should I hit another metaphorical roadblock, I shall remember to always ponder while perambulating. Thank you again for your help in this matter. It was most appreciated. I saw that you were on your way back, and hastened to return as well. So what news? Have you found the blue Charybdis? Here you go. Oh, a great relief indeed. It's rather impressive it hasn't suffered any truly grievous injuries, and more impressive still that it was able to fly as far as Perpetua Crystalline. It had only begun to practice the art of flight recently, as I understand it. Who would have thought it could cross such a distance with wings still so inexperienced? No doubt credit for this ought to go to Emmett Selk and his helpful instruction. Well, I for one cannot wait to see the Charybdis take to the skies from its perch. At any rate, I will see this creature return to Anagnorosis at once, though it isn't much, considering the services you've rendered. I hope it's not too lowly a price for you. It is. It absolutely is. Every single time, it absolutely is. What a wonderful help you were with our visitor, Robin. Even for a familiar of Azam, I cannot help but be impressed by your intelligence and unique sense of creativity. I wholeheartedly agree. Your intervention salvaged some promising but unfortunately flawed creations. You have our gratitude for providing us with such a fascinating experience. Oh, all chaos, must you always be so formal? Although he has trouble expressing it, I assure you my brother is absolutely giddy with joy. Thank you again, Robin. While I'm sure your duties as a familiar keep you occupied, we would very much welcome another chance to share your company. Tell me, Robin, have you seen much of Anagnorosis? All of it. 4 times. Oh, so you've met Overseer Socles then? He sent my brother a request for aid, and we were just on our way to render our assistance. You're welcome to come along if you like. You may be interested to witness the duty which lies ahead. Come along, we mustn't keep the Overseer waiting. Yeah, this is the follow-up quest for finishing both quest lines. If you hadn't been sent to fetch me, I might have been out there for days. In any case, it's only a matter of time before our creations are approved for release into the wild. I wonder what name they'll receive. Thank you for all your help today. Here, as a thanks. Thank you. Bye-bye. Alright, let's go see if we can buy a faster mount speed. No, still not. We still have to do more fates. Fuck's sake. I've done a whole bunch. And I'm not flying up there just for that. Chaos, Myra and Robin as well. Welcome all of you. A summons from you can only mean one thing. There has been an incident. Yes, the Lycaons went into a frenzy, and more than a few of our observational projects were prematurely ended. We began the sending rites, of course, but the task is burdensome for so few. Thus did I hope to secure your particular expertise. Oh, you wouldn't be aware of the practice, would you, Robin? Here in Elpis, we expedite the ethereal dissipation of the deceased by employing time magics. The decay of the corporeal remains is accelerated and absorbed back into the ground upon which we stand. As you may have guessed, the manipulation of time is Alcaeus' specialty. Whenever some unexpected event results in the mass loss of creations, it is to him whom they turn. That we do. Nevertheless, I do regret tearing you away from your important work. We have prepared a site to the southwest, so if you'll follow me, we can put this unpleasant business behind us in short order. This is them, the Occupites which fell victim to the Lycaons. They were still being evaluated, yes? The poor things, they barely had a chance to fulfill their design. Their flesh and bones will return to the land. We will ensure that their existence was not in vain. Seeing life taken mid-purpose can be distressing. Have you witnessed such events before, Robin? Oh, yeah, I've killed like 4 million creatures, dude. Tell me, how do you express yourself at these times? By making a grave or cairn for the deceased. A physical reminder of the life that was. An interesting sentiment, but if we practiced such a custom in Elpis, we would eventually run out of places to put them. I do like the idea of a tangible offering though, like a final gift for a friend. What about something organic which would decompose alongside the remains, say a bouquet of flowers? Come with me, Robin. You can help me gather something suitable. No, don't make me gather flowers for the random birds, dude. Here, I have made some flowers of our own. Even those fashioned directly of ether tend to sprout with more life and color when you grow them in the soil. Pick yourself a handful and we'll take them back to the Overseer. There. Myra's creations were acceptable, I trust. My apologies. I may have gotten a little carried away with the flowers. Not at all, Myra. Your efforts is much appreciated. Alcaeus, if you would be so kind. Vessels within which life once flowed, cheated on purpose, stilled and cold, unto the land you now return, the fuel upon which new life shall burn. That was a beautiful service. I like to think it brought some joy to their departed souls, much as one feels when receiving a thoughtful gift. Yes, the flowers were the perfect addition. How fortunate we are to have this knowledgeable familiar in our midst. We must return and commit this event to parchment while it remains fresh in our minds. A potential shift in our traditions is a historical moment worth recording. Thank you again, Alcaeus. We are ever grateful for your calming presence. And our thanks to you, Myra and Robin, not only for attending but also elevating the proceedings. Yes, you have contributed more than enough. Allow us to take care of the tedious administrative details. I hope to see you again soon, Robin. Yeah, in 12,000 years, bitch. It is time we're headed back ourselves, dear sister. As you say, please, Robin, join us back in Poitin Oikos. What a fortuitous turn of events that you were present when we received the summons of Anagnarosis. As time marches on, we encountered fewer and fewer of these truly new experiences. Yet ever since you appeared, it's been one surprise after another. I suppose we should expect nothing less from one of Azem's creations. And now we have these precious new ideas and perspectives to apply to our duties moving forward. Speaking of which, we really must be returning to our work. Be well, Robin, and thank you. May our purposes, or simply our paths, align again in the future. Sweet, we got some brown color. Yeah. Are we done? We are done. Let's do a couple of fates here with these dudes. I don't think I'm gonna catch this one, but with some luck we might. And now they are going... Where are you going? This way? That way? Make up your minds, dudes! No, it's a follow-up. Okay. Primordial Cyclops. Uh-oh. Somehow I didn't get killed by it. Now that's got to be enough. Fates, come on. Yes, there we go. Finally. Fighting map. Hell yeah. There. Now we only have Charlie and Hamlet and Ultima Thule left. But maybe it's time to go for a little walk. A little walkie. Make some tea. Oh. Oh. Yep. Let's go back to old Charlian and put on some new clothes. Wait, we're level 89. We can go and buy the new Black Mage gear. I have no idea what it looks like. Actually, I probably do, but I don't remember. Spicona pedazos. Spicona coat. There we go. Let's see what we got. Looks alright, to be honest, but no. I think I prefer mine. There we go. So, I think it's only like -5 today, so a run might be nice. I'll be back. 15 minutes or so. Oh, good. Brain trace. Okay, let's queue for the next roulette. That one. Clip charge. What we should do is go start our Black Mage questline. There's the door. Change of plans. We have to level a physical ranged class as well. Which one is highest? My machinist is 72. Fuck, dude! But 72, that's not that far away. What takes time is doing all these fucking side quests anyway. Ah, my Lord Robin, I have awaited your coming. The phenomenon wherein men turn into monsters. It pains to say that Ishgard has not been spared. A dread blasphemy has appeared in the Holy See, and to compound the people's horror, the beast resembles a dragon. It is imperative that it be vanquished without delay, and to that end we have begun assembling a hunting party. Given that fear and despair may turn our allies against us, we are being stringent in whom we can choose for this duty. Oh. Yet, while we have confidence in the quality of our knights, the mission would greatly benefit for the presence of a battle mage, one who can stand unflinching in the face of our fell quarry. We would be hard-pressed to find an individual who fits that description better than you. Will you not lend us your strength and skill? You can count on me. We are in your debt. Just a moment while I relay the glad tidings to command. 'Tis settled. Upon arriving in Ishgard, please take yourself to the Aetheryte Plaza. Lord Artoriel will be there to receive you. May the Fury speed your way. Fuck! And I was so certain! Because there are only four. There are only four in Shadowbringers. Robin, I have been expecting you. Words cannot well express how heartening it is to have you fighting beside us. Allow me to echo that sentiment. Greetings, my friend. Lest you wonder, Lord Artoriel and I are leading the effort to deal with the blasphemy. With your capable self in the fold, I have no doubt that we shall succeed. Without further ado, I shall brief you on the situation. It was a handful of days after the first beasts appeared in Ransat Han. An Elysian man was observed at the hoplon in the pillars, walking with an unsteady gait. All of a sudden, he buckled over as if in pain, and before anyone knew what was happening, he had transformed into a terrible, draconic beast. Hold on, my monitor is fritzing out. I think I've knocked one of the cables out somewhat. All of a sudden, he buckled over as if in pain, and before anyone knew what was happening, he had transformed into a terrible draconic beast. At the mere sight of this, many who chanced to be present also turned, and regrettably the Temple Knights were forced to put them down. The blasphemy itself, however, took wing and fled. Profane Fafnir, we have chosen to call it, after the dragon man of Ishgardian myth. Since that day, the beast has oft been sighted in the skies above Ishgard. It does not attack, only circles menacingly for a time ere disappearing again. Alas, these brief visitations are enough to cause more people to turn, and for fear and panic to spread further. As part of our investigation, we have sought to identify the man who became the blasphemy, but thus far we have learned naught. We have, however, identified a common thread between those who subsequently turned. All were people of fervent faith. People such as priests and inquisitors. When the truth of our nation's history was laid bare, the legitimacy of the Church was called into question. Many Ishgardians struggled to reconcile the revelations with their beliefs, and none more so than the pious. Such men and women, we posit, would be more susceptible to despair, and therefore the transformation. We mustn't find a way to stop it. Ishgard was only just emerged from a 1,000-year war, and we cannot suffer another great tragedy, much less so soon. In order to attain a better understanding of the situation, we intend to speak with a member of the clergy. The sole individual who survived witnessing the blasphemy's birth without being turned. Clem is his name, and he is a deacon at St. Raymonald's Cathedral. Come, let us seek him out there at once. St. Raymond's Cathedral. Lord Emmerich, Lord Artoriel, and the savior of Ishgard besides, you do me great honor. I am Clem, and I serve as a deacon here at St. Remenald's Cathedral. I understand you were among those at the Hoplon when the incident occurred. We give thanks to the Fury for your merciful preservation. We now seek to prevent the blasphemy from wreaking further havoc, and would appreciate any details you can provide. Loath though we are to make you recall unpleasant memories, will you not recount to us what you witnessed that day? Very well. We are presently relocating the vault's libraries to the cathedral. In case you were unaware, dungeon. Oh no, we don't have the thing. Ah. Oh shit, what? Foul isn't instant here. Okay. Come on, you did so good, so well the first pull. Now you're doing this badly. I don't think it's worth using Flare there. Like, it does a little bit more damage, but it has too long cast time. Put all of them! Pussy! No, only 2. Why are you such a pussy? Dude, I don't even get to play. Yeah, Black Mage on this level is just so annoying. It's less that you like that the rotation keeps changing, and it's more that the whole elemental system is just annoying. You always feel stressed between every pack because you need to get that shit going, otherwise it just drops off. And then you need to restack it again. But it's not that bad to do that either. To be perfectly honest. Blam! Oh, I didn't see the thing. Everyone got confused? I've never seen that before. We are dead. Yeah, because you ran on me. We can't win this. We're dead. Oh my god, stand still! Grah! Are you gonna make it? You only need 20 more percent. That's all you need to kill. Nope. Oh, 11%? 10%? Oh, it did 7%. Shit. Too bad he stacks that in the middle. I don't know why he does that. But they made it. They did it. They did it. Job. Sure, whatever. Healer gets it. That did not give as much XP as I had hoped. We have to do, we have to queue for another dungeon right away. The Atioscope. Oh, right. I've only done that one once, still. Lord Emmerich, Lord Artoriel, and the Savior of Ishgard besides, you do me great honor. I am Clem, and I serve as a deacon here at St. Remenad's Cathedral. I understand you were among those at the Hoplon when the incident occurred. We give thanks to the Fury for your merciful preservation. We now seek to prevent the blasphemy from wreaking further havoc, and would appreciate any details you can provide. Loath though we are to make you recall unpleasant memories. Will you not recount to us what you witnessed that day? Very well. We are presently relocating the vault's libraries to the cathedral. In case you were unaware, we had finished delivering a batch of tomes and were on our way to bring over another. As we approached the Hoplon, we noticed a young man walking unsteadily. No sooner had he come to an abrupt halt than he transformed into a draconic beast. The fiend fixed us with a menacing glare. It was all we could do to find our wits and flee. But to my compounding horror, my brethren who were with me began turning into monstrosities as well, one after another. Praise the fury that you at least were spared, Deacon Clem. I cannot imagine how frightful the experience must have been. Bishop Bartinois. Forgive me if I interrupt. I was informed that our steward protectors were present, and wish to express my gratitude. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for your service. I pray that we shall soon be free of this scourge. Indeed, if there is aught we might do to aid your efforts, you need but say it. You are most kind, your grace. That was Bishop Vartinois, the head of St. Remenald's and a member of the Synod. With the seat of the Archbishop vacant, he is in effect the highest authority in the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. This is so, yet in spite of his elevated station, he remains as kind and humble as a man as any I have ever known. Like his grace, I would do all that I can to help shepherd our people through this uncertain time. To that end, there is a request I would make of you, if you can spare a moment to consider it. Of course, if it is within our power, we should be glad to offer you aid. Thank you. In the wake of the transformations, a group of clergymen fled the city in fear. Yet, though they sought refuge in the wilderness, they put themselves at the mercy of the elements and fell fiends both. Given that the cause of the transformation is not clear, I think theirs was a decidedly unwise decision. And so that is the way of it. Suffice it to say, we will help. Do you know whither your fellows may be headed? I wish to set out and find them, but I am not trained in the ways of war. As such, I require those who are to accompany me in the search. The Western Highlands, I believe, between Gorgain Mills and Hemlock. There is no shortage of abandoned dwellings in the area. Very well. Time being the essence, I propose we split up and scour the separate areas. Robin, if you could escort the good deacon to Gorgain Mills, Lord Artoriel and I will tend to Hemlock. It had to be the absolute furthest away area. Wait, no, you can go there from there. Never mind. Whatever. The thing is, we have a machinist level 72. I think, like, I don't really have a choice. We gotta do that. I would rather level a dancer, or even the archer. But the machinist isn't bad, either. I just don't like the robot, that's it. But otherwise, it's got pretty cool abilities. Like the flamethrower and such. It's entirely based on Edgar. From Final Fantasy VI. You've got drills, you got saw blades, flamethrowers, bioblasters. You? Me? Ah, I see you found them. Yes, and none the worse for the wear, thank the Fury. My friends, forgive us if we have given you cause for alarm. We come out of concern for your well-being. Though we understand why you quit the city, we fear you may have placed yourselves at greater risk by coming here. His great bishop, Bartinois, too worries for your health and prays for your swift return. So please, will you not allow us to escort you to the Holy See? I assure you, you will be much safer there than in this wretched place. Servants of the Fury will never be safe in the city, don't you see? This is your fault, you and your accursed revolution. The people disdain us, mock us behind our backs, and spit in our faces. And now someone is conspiring to transform us into monstrosities, enemies of the church, I'll wager, emboldened by your deeds. So no, I will not go back to Ishgard. I'd sooner freeze to death than suffer your pity. What? All I have ever done was in service to her. I am a good man. I do not... She cannot forsake me. Ah! Haloni preserve! Robin, we cannot allow him to harm any others. Give chase and do what you must. We will remain here and keep the others calm. The wicked shall be punished! Hiccups. Is it 30 seconds it takes? It seems to be 30 seconds. That means now we should get another stack. Is it done, Robin? My thanks. What happened is most regrettable, but we must be grateful that no one else came to harm. While you were gone, the deacon was able to convince the others to return to the city. Let us escort them back at once, and then reconvene at the congregation to consider our next course of action. For our purposes, we have the use of the strategy room. Announce yourselves to the guard without, and he will show you in. We're gonna have to do a shitload of fate farming, though. God damn. That quest over there, that's the Hildebrand questline, and I don't want to do it. It's terrible. Just a bunch of anime humor. The bad kind. Lords Emmerich and Artoriel await you within the strategy room. Will you be joining them now? Yes. Lest you wonder, we have taken the clergymen to St. Remenald's to rest and recover. If truth be told, the thought that they may still succumb to despair in turn remains at the very forefront of my mind. Yet the risk would be greater still, were we to keep them at arm's length and deny them the comfort of the church. Indeed, from the words he spoke, the Inquisitor yearned for the days of old. He and others like him can scarcely be blamed. Since the truth of the nation's founding and the Archbishop's machinations were made public knowledge, the church has been in turmoil. Though we have made great strides in separating religion and state, there has been far less progress in the reformation of the church. For our faith has been everything to us, our purpose and our comfort. 'Tis not an easy thing to reconcile one's beliefs with the betrayal of our spiritual leaders. Thus torn between their hearts and minds, many Ishgardians feel lost, and none more so than members of the clergy, whose faith was once unshakable. Little wonder, then, that the most dedicated and devout are like to turn. Honestly, separation of state and church is cocked. Be honest. Everyone, like, it's always shown as like this great thing, like, oh, it should be that way, like it should always be that way. But like, it shouldn't be that way. Like, I'm not religious, and I don't think I wouldn't want to live under a religious state. But like, that's your religion. That's literally like, I don't know. Like, you should just want to be in charge. So it seems, but further investigation is needed ere we draw a definite conclusion. With the war's end, Ishgard has set out on a new path. The choices we make now shall determine our course for the future. Come what may, we dare not squander the chance we have fought so hard to attain. I think that was like literally the end of the quest, but now we have to skip past all of that. Spoilers.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
Oh, more. Nice. Then we can do 3 of these. Thunder. Fire. Fire. Flare. 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 And he still won over me. What the fuck? I could not have done more damage there, I think. Maybe if I had popped ley lines. Memory of a principled scion takes form, right? This is a cutscene dungeon. Doing really badly.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you. The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
Oh, it's gonna fuck up. Oh, go, 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 go. Oh, we did it. Give buff. Shield. I honestly don't know what the strats are when I don't have my idiots telling me exactly what to do. Oh, you can see there which one is going to disappear first. Whoops. we only finding bracelets here?
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far. You will persist in this folly no longer. The stage is set. Let the curtains rise for the main attraction. What a boorish audience you are!
There we go. Is it really only already? Like it's a level 89 dungeon. I mean, maybe. Weird though. We didn't level up, but maybe we'll manage. Lest you wonder, we have taken blah 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 blah. Church has been in turmoil. Most devout would like to turn. With the war's end, Ishgard has set out on a new path. The choices we make now shall determine our course for the future. Come what may, we dare not squander the chance we have fought so hard to attain. Once the returned clergymen have sufficiently calmed down, I shall have the deacon speak with them, that we might gain insight into their individual plights. Good. Meanwhile, I shall take the opportunity to brief my men on recent developments. Pray, take a moment's rest, my friend. You have earned it. When you are ready to continue our work, you may seek us out here. 400,000, and how much do we need? Yeah, we're gonna get 89 just by doing these. Ah, Robin, your timing could not be better. Or 90. Deacon Clem has finished speaking with the rescued clergyman, and will be here shortly to share his findings. Lord Emmerich too is on his way. Let us wait for him. Deacon Clem, we thank you for making the inquiries on our behalf. 'Twas no imposition in the least. As I said, I am glad to do all I can. So 'tis our understanding that those we escorted back were all close acquaintances of the Inquisitor who turned. Like him, they too had been the subject of harassment by certain quarters of the populace. Is this correct? It is, I am afraid. And they are far from alone. Men of the cloth were once afforded respect and deference, deference as servants of Haloni, but now they are openly reviled by many. We were complicit in perpetuating terrible lies, this is true, but we too were misled. We too are victims, yet we are regarded by some as criminals. Well, I do understand the people's anger, but it saddens me to think that they would thus lash out at their fellow man, especially when we need solidarity most of all. Though I can imagine your plight, I would not presume to fully grasp your pain. Will you tell us of the challenges you and yours have had to face since the war's end? Like all sons and daughters of Ishgard, we dreamed of peace in our lifetime, but now that it has come, we find we have little cause to rejoice. Our faith has long been the foundation of our lives, and overnight, that foundation has been crippled by fractures, beyond repair for some. To learn that we had been deceived, and that we had unwittingly deceived others in turn, was devastating. We who had once been shepherds to men found ourselves lost lambs, bereft of surety and wanting for guidance. We have languished in darkness, all of us. Yet I have faith that the Church will redeem itself, that it will find a new path and again become a beacon of hope for the people. I see. Thank you for sharing this with us. Your testimony has confirmed our suspicions. According to our allies, that which causes people to turn is none other than their despair and anguish. If it wasn't before, 'tis now abundantly clear why members of the clergy are among the transformed. That you did not, I believe, is due to your unwavering faith in the Church. In light of this, we should ask for your continued cooperation. Of course, anything to help my brethren. Now that we have established our cause, established the cause. That leaves us with the mystery of profane Fafnir's identity, the progenitor of these troubles. Could he too have been a man of the cloth? From what I recall of his garb, I doubt it. He was dressed in the common fashion, and inadequately against the cold besides. 'Tis said that something of the individual may remain in the blasphemy, influencing its behavior. If we can determine what instincts drive profane Fafnir, we may learn who it once was. And this knowledge, I believe, will prove vital in our efforts to stop it. Deacon Clem, we ask that you reach out to your fellow clergymen. Please do what you can to ease their anxieties. Understood. As I have ever done, I shall provide what comfort I can to those in need. Meanwhile, we must make it a priority to identify the blasphemy. To that end, I would seek out more eyewitnesses. The Hoplon is a busy place at any given time. Some ordinary citizens are bound to have been present at that tragic event, as that tragic event unfolded. I propose we make inquiries in the pillars. If you could attend to the Hoplon, Lord Artoriel and I will look in the surrounding areas. Let's start there. A staid citizen. What does that mean? I wasn't present for the incident at the Hoplon, but a young man poorly dressed for the cold. That I did see. I recall him well because an aide from St. Vaindros was searching for him. He was a patient at the infirmary and by coincidence had the same name. The dragon that appeared at the Hoplon. Aye, I saw with my own eyes. One moment a Nelazen, the next a terrible beast. He was a heretic, I take it? No. No, I didn't see that dragon, nor would I have wished to, frightful as it sounds. They say it wasn't a Dravanian attack, but if not, then what was it? It was a depressed dude. There you are, Robin. Did your search yield any fruit? A patient of the Firmament's infirmary, you say? Among those with whom I spoke, one claims to have witnessed an individual fitting that description. A man walking in a stupor, who did not seem to feel the cold. If he had wandered straight out of the infirmary, it would explain his state of attire. Yes, I dare say we have found our blasphemy, but to think that his name should be Vaindro. It's the same name as that of former Heavensward commander Sir Vaindra Rauchman. Sir Vaindra de Rauchman, for whom the infirmary is named. Sir Vaindra, however, retired from his station at a ripe old age some years ago. It is not like to have been him. In any case, we have a lead. I shall head to the infirmary at once. Pray wait for me at the broom. Oh, give it back. This is Luberick, the aide who was in charge of Vainbro. Have you found him? Oh, please say you have. We have not, I'm afraid, but we seek to, and hope that you could tell us more about it. May we ask how he came to be at the infirmary? Oh, my face, it hurts. He was found by a patrol in the Central Highlands. After being treated for his hurt, he was brought to us for convalescence. Being in the prime of his years, he had been doing well, but then... Prime of his years. By all accounts, he is no old man. It seems safe to assume it isn't Sir Vaindro. Oh no! He is definitely a different person, as I told Lord Artoriel. And though he gave his name as Vaindro, he seemed rather confused, and we had no means to confirm his identity. In his state, he shouldn't be wandering about on his own. Please, you must find him. The man who recently turned into a beast at the Hoplon. We regret to say, but it may have been Vaindro. What? No. How can this be? Is there aught else you can tell us? Things he may have said or done while in your care? While he was still unconscious, he would often ramble. Though most of it was incoherent, he mentioned the Archbishop many times. Oh, and he spoke of a bishop too. Bishop Vartinois, I believe. I assumed he was a pious man given this. I see. Thank you for your cooperation. We will continue our investigation, and should we confirm what became of Vaindro, inform you forthwith. Let us return to the congregation for now. Heading to the strategy room, I should be glad to show you in. The mystery remains, but we are one step closer to identifying the man who became Profane Fafnir. Indeed, though he did not at first appear to be a member of the clergy, his words betray a fervent faith. And how curious that he should speak not only of the Archbishop, but Bishop Martinois specifically. Perhaps he was personally acquainted with his grace. In light of the possibility, I believe we should speak with him directly. Agreed. I will request an audience, but his grace has many demands upon his time. It may be a while before we are seen. Should you have other business, pray feel free to attend to them in the meantime. Robin, excellent timing as always. Deacon Clem has just sent word that Bishop Martinois will see us now, by which I mean right this instant. It is extremely short notice, I know, but it would not do to miss the opportunity to learn how he and Vainbro may be connected. Not wishing to keep his grace waiting, Lord Emmerich is already on his way to St. Raymonald's Cathedral. Come, let us hurry there ourselves. Where are we going there? My lord, I am so sorry. I informed his grace that you were making your way hither. But shortly before you arrived, he recalled that he had urgent business and had to leave the cathedral at once. He cannot have yet gone far, though, so if you wish to search for him in the hopes you can still steal a moment of his time. To grant us an audience only to depart with such haste, what business could be so pressing? Not in that direction, so he's down here. Well now, that even the savior of Ishgard should be here. Your Grace, perhaps 'tis simply our misunderstanding, but we are under the impression that you had granted us an audience. Lord Speaker, rest assured I was just about to return to the cathedral. There is no need, Your Grace, this will not take long. As you may have heard, we are investigating a young man named Vaindro. Is he known to you? No, I cannot say he is, with the exception of the former Archimandrite. I am sure I know no one by that name. But mine and the Archbishop's are known to many, yes? Perhaps this young youth took inspiration from public services over which we presided. Goodly soul that he is, full glad am I that his faith was of comfort to him in sickness, and I pray to Haloni that he will soon be found in good health. Now then, if there was nothing else, I shall return to my duties. Oh, hold on, I'm reading your brain. Fear not, your eminence, I shall carry on your legacy. We have completed the preparations as per your instructions, but are you certain this will work? It will. It must. Lord Emmerich spoke the truth when he revealed the Archbishop sought primal powers to strengthen the people's faith. I could not bring myself to believe it. Not at first, but in the course of cataloguing his emergence's personal articles, I came upon his journal. Therein he had written that, through abundant ether and fervent prayer, it is possible to make gods of men. All the power we require lies in this place, this as is law, by channeling the essential elements into the soulless flesh and sword we found. We shall summon forth King Thordran and his knights 12, and by his blessing Ishgard shall be restored to its former glory. Welcome back, Reguline. How's it going? Get any writing done? What is this? It's just an ordinary man. Scarcely changed from before. He became white-faced. Don't think you've missed anything. I've just been leveling and doing random side quests. Now we're doing the magical DPS role quest chain. Ung! His Eminence, I must protect. Ung! Right. No, this isn't right. Confound it. Perhaps I overlooked something. I must return to the Holy See and review the journal. Apparently I have to level a ranged physical DPS as well, because there's 5 role quests now. There were only 4 before. 1 for physical DPS, but now they've split it into 2. Your Grace, what shall we do with this thing? Leave it. 'Tis a failure without use or value. The denizens of this place will deal with it soon enough. Yeah, but there's Dancer, Archer, or Bard, as they're actually called, and Machinist, and we're going to play Machinist, because that's the only one that's high level, and I don't want to level a Bard from like 30. My Machinist is level 72 or something. Robin, are you well? Were you, perchance, granted a vision of the past? An attempted summoning of King Thordran and his knights 12. Your Grace, you should know full well that summoning is strictly forbidden. You will accompany us to the congregation and explain yourself. I didn't do anything. I have dedicated my life to the church, conducted my affairs in accordance with the scriptures, and taught others to do likewise. But you took it all from us, tore down everything that defined us. You cannot know how it feels to have your very existence rejected, to be forsaken by your community, to be denied by your society. Well, I deny you and this justice. I deny an Ishgard where church has no place. I refuse to accept it. Do you hear me? I refuse to accept it. And then he turns into a big dog. One shot. Your Grace, no! Blech. That it should come to violence yet again. Would that your hand had not been forced, my lord. Deacon Clem should not be alone at this time. I shall remain with him while tending to the aftermath. When things have settled, I will return to the congregation. Pray go on ahead and get some rest. My face, it hurts. Oh. Forgotten Knight. How fares the deacon? Well enough, given the circumstances. Though understandably shaken, he is more determined than ever to help his fellows. Truly, he is possessed of a stout heart. But to think that even a member of the synod could succumb to despair and turn, the crisis gripping the church is far graver than I had imagined. In pushing for such an abrupt separation of religion and state, we may have exacerbated the growing divide between the clergy and the general populace. Robin, will you recount in full that which you witnessed in your vision? That he should seek to use one of Aleg's unholy abominations to create a primal. Yet that which manifested was not like the being you fought, but rather retained the form of a man, one driven by the desire to protect the Archbishop. We may safely assume the Archbishop did not have sufficient ether. Bereft of Nidhugg's eye, the sword Ascalon no longer has such power. Nor does that of the Warring Triad remain to be harnessed, thanks to your valorous intervention. But if the summoning failed, how did the clone come to possess life, and what purpose drives it? Lack of ether notwithstanding, the necessary components were present for a summoning. Perhaps the ritual itself was a success, and the vessel, though imperfect, arose as a champion of the Archbishop. Yet how did he come to be in the Central Highlands? You believe that this clone and the man who became the blasphemy are one and the same? Nay, I merely speculate. Yet considering what we know of the clone and Vaindro, it would seem a likely possibility. Whatever the truth may be, it will not elude us forever. But first I must lay some groundwork for the next phase of our investigation. God's permitting, I will have news to share ere long, so pray look in on us when you can. And we're level 90. And we finally get the ability that everyone's talking about. While under the effect of Astral Fire 3 or Umbral Ice 3 and 3 Umbral Hearts, swapping to the opposite element will allow you to execute Paradox. And Paradox is just... it replaces fire. Okay. Robin, you are ever a sight for sore eyes. Ill tidings, my friends. I dispatched the Temple Knights to find the clergyman who aided in Bishop Vartinois' summoning attempt. Regrettably, when confronted, all turned and had to be put down. Without their accounts, how then to ascertain that the clone and Vaindro are the same individual? Maintaining the assumption that they are, perhaps we should instead consider how Vaindra may have found his way to Kurthus. According to Robin's vision, he was abandoned in Azizla, but what did he do afterwards? Then there is but one way to ascertain the truth. We follow his trail. I shall go and search for the clone in Azizla. If he is still there, then we are dealing with a different individual. Splendid idea. We leave the floating continent in your capable hands. Meanwhile, Robin and I shall retrace Vaindro's steps, whence he first appeared. Upon being found in the central highlands, he was taken to Camp Dragonhead. Let us begin by making inquiries there. Umbral Ice and Astral Fire, Darkness Ice and Space Fire. Yeah, I don't really know why they call them that. Like, they call, like, there are 6 elements. But it was like ice, lightning, water, earth, fire. I don't remember what I said, so whatever, but you know. And then there's dark and light as well. But in our world, the dark and light is called umbral and astral. That's how it works. And they, like, the 3 elements are split into the umbral and astral as well, so they like lean towards one of them, I think. And I think ice... But that's what's weird, because ice should lean towards the astral, I think. Because light and astral is like stasis or whatever, and darkness or umbral is activity and chaos. So I don't know why the fire is astral, to be honest. Camp Dragonhead. Well, it's not dark. It's about like something else. Like the activity and or whatever of the elements. But who cares? Well now, if it isn't the late Lord Harshifon's dear friend, is there something you require? Ah yes, the mystery man. I was among those who tended him. He was not attired for the snow, much less the snowstorm in which he had been caught, and was suffering from frostbite. When people are extremely cold, they may mistakenly feel that they are warm and disrobed. That might explain his state of undress. Your exchange with Neen, blah 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 blah. Dark Souls got away with it because they explain literally nothing, and nothing makes any sense and has any purpose or anything. So that's why they get away with it. Investigating the stranger we found, are you? I wasn't involved myself, so I can't tell you much about the fellow. But in case it is of interest, earlier the same day, I caught sight of an airship flying dangerously low. It soon disappeared into the brewing snowstorm, looking none too steady. They do explain enough to get by? Nothing. And 'tis ever an honor to receive you. What brings you to our humble camp this day? Which is enough. An injured man who was found out in the wilds. Yes, I know the one. I was with the patrol that chanced into him north of here, at Providence Point. He was unconscious and in a bad way, and we hurriedly bore him back to camp. After doing what we could for him, we sent him on to the city. I understood what was going on without the lore videos. I still have no idea what was going on. There's like some shit, and then there's like a fire, and then there's a bunch of dudes who are sad, and then you kill them, and then you kill the guy with the fire, and then you kindle the fire, and then the game ends. There you are. Were you able to learn aught of interest? Nope. A mysterious man found collapsed after an airship was seen flying low. Yes, the accounts I heard are consistent with yours. I, for one, am curious about the fate of this unknown airship. To that end, I have arranged a pair of black chocobos for us, the more efficiently to scour the area. We shall contain our search to Providence Point, where Vainrow is said to have been found. If you are ready, let us be off. Okay, let's go. Whee! I'll drop the topic. I'm a Dark Souls hater. Nothing so far. Let us continue northeast. Okay, cool. You're not acting like Kibbs? Where are we? We are in Spoilerland. Blue Dragon. By the Fury. It's the blasphemy. Most people don't seem to pick up on Diaz's plot. No, because there is no plot unless you like read items. Because like what it makes no sense. Like what are you supposed to like get out of it? Like the whole kindling of the fire thing, it's all so, it's like there's some inside knowledge that you're supposed to understand that has like any significance, because the whole fire kindling thing, it's just so vague. It doesn't mean anything unless you like know that it means something. There's plenty of plot. Yeah, I guess. I don't necessarily see the difference, but you can get backstory if that counts as plot. but I still don't understand what's actually like happening, what you're doing, or why. Because it's just like a creation story of the world, and it's just getting like recreated over and over again or some shit. I don't know. Either way, it's weird. Also, I don't like Dark Souls. By the Fury, it's the blasphemy. Oh, shit. I like Sekiro, though. His Eminence must protect His Eminence. Ah, you're finally awake. Alone may be praised. How are you feeling? Strong enough to speak? Can you tell me your name? My name? My name is... Zephyrin. No, Cheribert. Or was it Vilguin? Paulcrane. So many names swirling in my mind, and voices that reject them. Is there none they will accept? Are you alright? Vaindro. My name is Vaindro. Well now, that's the same as our infirmary. I dare say fate has guided you to us. So, Vaindro, if you're feeling up to a little conversation, can you tell me about yourself? Anything else you remember? Anything at all? A proud son of House Zemail. Zemail. Zemail? Is that how you pronounce it? Zemail. I think that's how you pronounce it. A proud son of House Zemail. Nay, a devout servant of Haloni, who lives for the rush of battle, the pleasure of inflicting pain, the attentions of maidens, to fight beside my brothers in arms. A low-born runt whose every effort went unrewarded, whose very name disqualified him from ever leading the Temple Knights. But His Eminence raised me up, granted me a place at his side. From that day forth I pledged my sword to his service, pledged my very being, my life to be offered up in defense of his. I am a knight of the Heaven's Ward, sworn to protect and serve the Archbishop. Oh, you're a knight? Forgive me if that sounded rude, but I had no idea. And while I realize your memories may be a bit muddled, I'm afraid I must inform you that the Heaven's Ward have not been seen in quite some time, and are presumed dead. And the Archbishop, well, he is most certainly no longer of this world. But the important thing is you're safe now, and we'll help you get back on your feet. Speaking of which, let me bring you some food and water. You must be absolutely famished. The Archbishop? Dead? No. No, this cannot be. How can I still be alive when he is not? I must find him. Robin! Roar! For the glory of King Thordan! Another vision, I take it. Let us make for Ishgard. I expect that Lord Artoriel will return soon, if he has not already, and we should both be glad to hear your tale. $88. Alright. Two more quests. Then we switch to White Mage. Unfortunately, all we can do on the White Mage is spam dungeons. Dungeons, dungeons, and lots of dungeons. But we don't need to do that many. Because I've done all the side quests up until like level 89 or something. Maybe 87. And I'm 85. Ah, Robin. I pray your search was more productive than mine own. Everyone is here. Excellent. So were you able to find our clone in Azizla? Nay, naught but the discarded Ascalon remained. How fared you with your own efforts in the Central Highlands? In the course of retracing Vainro's steps, we came upon the wreck of the Soleil. I suspect he found the vessel abandoned in Azizla and tried to use it to return to Ishgard. But he crashed en route and was subsequently rescued by a patrol from Camp Dragonhead. So it would seem, and the Archbishop's airship was not the only thing we found. Profane Fafnir was there too. The creature chose to flee, but not before Robin had a vision of Vainro's past. Go on, my friend. Share with us what you witnessed. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. All the pieces fit, and it is as you surmised, my lord. Vainro and the clone are one and the same, and in his despair, he turned into the blasphemy. Yet the confusion he exhibited when asked his name, 'tis as if he wasn't sure of his own identity. According to the Scions, primals retain the memories of their previous incarnations. From this, it may be assumed that the clone harbors the memories of all those who became King Thordan and his Knights 12. Though he struggled to reconcile these conflicting memories, he managed to settle on the name Vainro. The voices within were clearly in agreement when facing Robin, the mere sight of whom drove the blasphemy to flee. Above all, however, they share in the desire to protect the Archbishop. This desire was seared into Vainro's very being, and when he learned that he no longer had a purpose. The Heaven's Ward took up arms against us and Ishgard. By their hand were we robbed of one of our finest knights and dear friend. Even so, I would not wish such a terrible fate upon them. The selfsame fate inflicted upon our full many clergymen, and a fate I fear ordinary citizens will succumb to if we fail to act. The people will not soon forget the betrayal of our church's leadership, nor should they. But absent the comfort and stability once afforded to them by the institution, many have become lost, and all are too vulnerable to despair. The church can still be a source of comfort, but things need to change. Well, they need to stop being evil still. I thought as much myself, my friend, but to hear you say it as well. Indeed, when the ground upon which we stand crumbles, we must find the strength to move forward, even should it cause us pain to do so. Lord Artoriel, at the next house session I shall call for an ecumenial council to be held. A what? My lord, such a gathering is reserved for... Oh, you intend for the church to codify new doctrine. Since the separation of religion and state, we have refrained from interfering in church affairs. But if the church is to remain a part of Ishgardian society and continue serving the people, it must reconsider its role and formally address recent revelations. I would call for this council not as the Lord Speaker, but as a humble adherent of the faith. Long had I considered whether such measures were necessary, but lacked the courage to set them in motion. I now have it thanks to you. I shall tend to the necessary preparations at once. Among other things, we must reach out to those of the clergy who are amenable to reform. I ask for your patience in the meantime. I have no patience! Next quest, now! Robin. Owing to Lord Emmerich's swift action, I am pleased to say that the Ecumenial Council will soon be held. In case you are unaware, the Council is the highest assembly in the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, its purpose to deliberate and decide upon doctrine. The previous one was held no less than 80 years ago, and 4 archbishops have since come and gone. As such, most Ishgardians know little of it, save that which they have read in the historical records. Traditionally, the Archbishop and members of the Synod would meet behind closed doors. In light of Bishop Vartinois' fate, however, this time the doors will be thrown open to the public. Indeed, for the first time in history, all men and women of the faith may have a hand in shaping the mission and the teachings of the Church. 'Tis my hope that you will also join us in this endeavor. Deacon Clem, allow me to express our gratitude for your efforts in facilitating the council. We appreciate the difficulty of your position. I merely heed my conscience and my faith, my lord. Acting in Bishop Vartinois' stead, I shall do all within my power to see that the Church may serve the people once more. Where is the Lord Speaker, if I may? He stepped outside for a moment, saying that he wished to gather his thoughts ahead of the council. The hour draws nigh, however. Robin, I shall proceed to the vault with the good deacon. In the meantime, may I ask you to find Lord Emmerich? He should be at the last vigil, I believe. Okie dokie. My face hurts. Oh, 'tis you, my friend. Is it time already? I see. My apologies for making you come and fetch me. I have been thinking, Robin, on the path I have chosen to walk, and on those who have been left behind as a consequence of my actions. Those who died fighting, those burdened with boundless grief, those deprived of position and purpose. Like any nation, Ishgard is made up of disparate souls with disparate beliefs, without an enemy to unite us. We recall the differences we once set aside out of necessity, and find amongst our old friends new ideological foes. The future I had envisioned, 'tis far more difficult to secure than I ever imagined. What must I do for our people to live in harmony, for our nation to move forward as one? Such questions I have been pondering. We should begin making our way to the council. Shall we continue our conversation while we walk? Whatever, dude. Ready? Then let us be off. If it's agreeable, I would like to look on Fort Hom Manor. No, we have to RP walk the entire quest. No, we don't. It feels like another age that you and yours were not more than foreign wards of House Fort Hom. And in actual fact, it may be considered so. For your coming set in motion a chain of events that brought an end to the Dragonsong War, ushering in a new age of harmony. You paved the way for meaningful change in our nation, and for that you shall ever have my gratitude. Now then, shall we continue on to the architects? Ever done an RP walk before? Hell yeah, dude. King Thordran and his Knights 12, the murderers of Ratatoskr. Since the truth of their ancient crime came to light, many have demanded that these images be torn down. Yet though what our founding fathers did was wrong, neither is it right to simply expunge them and their deeds from history. To do so would be to deny our people's part in what followed for 1,000 years. We have the chance to forge a new future, but we as a nation must decide how we will confront our past. Forgive me, I was lost in thought yet again. Let us join Deacon Clem at the vault. I RP walk to the grocery store every day, to be honest. Well, okay, I don't go to the grocery store every day, but when I go to the grocery store. There you are, my friends. The council is about to convene. Let us take our place in the audience hall. But no, it's very rare situations where it's actually warranted to maintain your immersion. Or optimize it. Esteemed members of the clergy, and honored adherents of the faith, I thank you all for your attendance. In recent days, our nation has been racked by a series of tragedies. Those among us who do Haloni's work have been transformed into abominations. This dreadful phenomenon has been brought about by the final days, and it is upon our despair and anguish that it feeds. Thus, if we are to prevent further tragedy, we must strive to ensure that all Ishgardians, clergymen and citizens alike, abide with peace and love for one another in their hearts. To that end, I have called this ecumenial council, the first in generations, that we might together determine a path forward for the Church and our society as a whole. Since antiquity, the Ishgardian Orthodox Church served the people in two respects, as the Fury's spear to strike at the heart of dragonkind, and as the Fury's shield to safeguard the souls of men. But now that we are at peace with the Dravanians, the Church need no longer serve as the spear, and so we must now reconsider how we might better serve as a shield for our brethren. The hierarchy must be reformed, and for that we need accountability. The upper echelon must be stripped of rank at a minimum, and investigations conducted, trials held, if the evidence is sufficiently damning, and then we may turn our attention to the doctrine of lies, to their doctrine of lies. Whoa. Live viewers and shit? Actually, let's let's be bothered and add that bullshit to the... Wait, isn't there like a slash permitted? What's the opposite of permitted? You can't do it via chat. That's so trash. Oh, I hate all of these websites. They're so dog shit. Blocked terms and phrases. Easy Twitch. Add. Add blocked term. Why doesn't that show up? Add blocked term. Live. .com on its own. Unrecognized command / add blocked term. Why? Trash. Stupid retard trash. I like to imagine that all player characters have terrible backs from rolling and ripped legs from running constantly. Maybe. As our predecessors did before us, we of the Synod have ever sought to interpret the scriptures to the best of our ability, and thence conveyed Halone's will to the people. Such fervent pursuit of retribution at the expense of doctrine would come also at the expense of our faith. Have we won the war to lose our souls? Oh, Halone, are we outside your grace? This bodes ill. At this rate, someone might turn. Since the war's end, the Church and the faithful have stood at a crossroads, unable to take the next step forward. His Grace, Bishop Vartinois, may he walk in Halone's halls, was one such soul, and in his longing for simpler times, he resorted to using forbidden magics. He succumbed to despair. In our minds we renounce the lies upon which our nation was built, but in our hearts we yearn for the righteousness, misguided though it was, that gave us comfort and purpose for so long. So let us not forget who we were. Let us confront the mistakes of the past and learn from them, that we do not repeat the mistakes of our forefathers. As fervently as we believed in our sacred duty, we struggle to accept the Church's deception and embrace change. The legacy of Thordan weighs heavy, and there is the temptation to simply cast it aside like a mantle that suits us no longer. Yet that would dishonor the sacrifice of those who went before, countless souls who served the people with purest intent, and so, heavy though it may be, let us together bear this burden as we set forth anew. Our friend Robin risked life and limb to reveal the truth to us, the truth that our legends and our scripture were tainted by betrayals, but not wholly corrupted. Why does he have a mask on, dude? What a fucking weirdo. Though the great walls, the great walls and towering spires of our city may have been built with murder and deception, they rest upon a foundation immutable and true. Our devotion to Halone, whom we have worshipped since before our forefathers settled these lands. The Church is a font of practical wisdom, and its teachings guide us in our daily lives. Such things define our faith no less than the lies. We can acknowledge our sins without renouncing our religion. Aye, and without rejecting who we are. A comprehensive review of scripture as well as historical literature will be necessary. Revisions as appropriate must be made to ensure that the truth of our past is preserved for future generations. With your peerless knowledge of church doctrine, I dare say none is better suited to leading that effort than you. I also expect that many eyes will be required to pore over all the tomes, and I know many idle men and women of faith who would jump at the chance to do Halone's work once more. That day so very long ago, I had no answers to my father's words, but it seems that people had it within them all along. All walls should be built from murder and deception a la 300. What walls did they build in 300? Except for a wall with their own corpses, dude. And shield walls. The council went better than I had dared hope. Truly, while the details remain to be decided, 'twas a resounding success. Your words helped everyone to find common ground. I know not how to thank you. Much credit must go to Robin. In the face of great hardship, never did he hesitate to press on, and our people have not forgotten this. Corpse wall was made from murder and used for deception. Maybe. I don't remember. I remember vaguely that part, but I don't exactly remember what they did. Indeed, well do I remember the day you flew into Ishgard upon a dragon's back. In making possible the impossible, you inspired us all. In you we glimpsed the fury, a vision of courage in the face of uncertainty. Looking to your example, we shall endeavor to bring about change to the Church, for the future of all Ishgardians. There will, of course, still be those souls who struggle to rise above the mire of despair, but my fellows and I shall be there to take their hand in faith and love. But yes, you're right. I agree. For what is faith if not salvation? Well, I had best return to the cathedral. We have much and more to do. But ere I forget, I have tracked down that which you requested. Some repairs will be necessary, but it will be seen to with all haste. I had tasked the deacon with finding a certain item you see. A secret weapon, one might say. Given what we know of profane Fafnir, I suspect it will be of great use in our hunt. Once the repairs are complete, we shall be ready to strike. With the church having reached an accord with the people, the risk of more clergymen turning is greatly diminished. We may now focus entirely on the blasphemy. 'Tis time we freed Vainbro from his torment. Rest while you can, Robin, for I dare say the coming battle will demand the best of us. Glad tidings, Robin. Since the Ecumenial Council, not a single soul has turned. Safe in that knowledge, we need only think of how to hunt down the blasphemy. Ah, Robin, you are here too. Excellent. I am pleased to say that the secret weapon is ready. We may now look to dealing with profane Fafnir. As you will recall, when last we encountered it, it was laying in wait by the Soleil. An instinct driven by its inherited memories, I believe. It seeks to protect that which it most strongly associates with the Archbishop. In all likelihood, 'twas this self-same motive that compelled it to come to the Holy See. From the skies above, it keeps watch over the Holy Vault. When next it descends, we shall exploit this instinct by using the secret weapon to lure it to the chancel. What exactly is this secret weapon? It is none other than the Fury's Grace, the holy crozier of the Archbishop. The what? How do you pronounce that? Crozier? Crozier. I think we looked that up before. It's like crozier or something. Suspecting that Bishop Bartinois had retrieved it from Azizla, I had Deacon Clem search his private quarters. My suspicions proved correct. With the crozier in hand, I shall make an irresistible bait for profane Fafnir. My lord, that is an unconscionable risk. There is no telling how the blasphemy will react. Indeed, but we can be confident that I will command his undivided attention, thus ensuring that no more of our citizens are placed in harm's way. If the Heaven's Ward are the Archbishop's shields, then the Temple Knights are the people's. As leader of the Order, the risk is mine to bear. All the Knights of the Heaven's Ward fell in Azizla. As a vessel for their memories, Vainbro may be considered the last of their number. Crozier, whatever. Let us go then and relieve him of his, nay, their duty. Let us see to our preparations and proceed to the vault. We finish this once and for all. Crozier. Crozier? Crozier? I hate these words, they're stupid. But that's pretty much Heavenswood in a nutshell. Like 99% of the words are like completely nonsense, and all the names are pronounced in French. It's absolutely horrifying. If you're ready, then let us set forth. You need but say the word. I said the word cancel. The beast is come. Now it's our chance. Yeah, that's basically... Oh, it's a staff? Make ready. To me, my knights. For the glory of King Thordan. No, you are not he. A trick. It is a trick. Forgive me, Sir Vainro, but for the sake of all Ishgardians, we must strike you down. I'm gonna do the new combo or whatever you want to call it.
It ends here.
Then you do that, and then this turns into Paradox. And then you do that, and then it turns into Paradox. And then you do that. Oh, okay. You need to be. Why would you? Anyway, you do that. Turns into Paradox. And you do that. Turns into Paradox.
You underestimate me.
Oh. Do that. Paradox. That Paradox. Paradox. That's pretty decent damage, I think. Smashing Paradox.
Do not underestimate me.
I can't, just like the other fight, I can't see what's happening though. I can't see the effect. Even though I would want to. Ow! Throw a lightning bolt at him.
We must stand our ground. You underestimate me.
Ow, what the fuck? I'm dying, dude. What do we do with these? We must strike them down fast.
time has come to call upon the true power of the Heaven's Wall.
I will not falter!
Yo, what's wrong? We need to have this up.
This knight does not yield!
His Eminence, you will return His Eminence to me!
Oh, he's dead, bro. Did it. One more class down. 2 more to go. Finally, it is over. Thus ends the tale of the Heaven's Ward. Let it not be forgotten. 'Twas wrong of them to conceal the truth of our nation's founding, to abet the Archbishop in his machinations. Yet in peering into their hearts, one thing became clear. They too had succumbed to primal manipulation. They too were victims. Flawed men, aye, and not without sin, but his guardians brave and true, as we all aspire to be. Having triumphed in the battle of ideals, I have a responsibility to our people. Their hopes and dreams, their sorrow and suffering are mine to bear, and bear them I shall. For had you not vanquished King Thordan, or had I erred in but one of my choices, I may well have been the first to succumb to despair, to be reborn a blasphemy. You wouldn't have turned, not you. Thank you, my friend, for having such confidence in me. My apologies. 'Twas not mine intent to wax sentimental. Our work here is done. Let us return to the congregation. Don't just leave that there. Bring it back. But, let's see. How much damage does Fire 4 do? 300. And Paradox does 500. I mean, I strongly doubt that it's actually viable to do that, but it's funny to get to spam this skill a lot more. Forgotten Knight. Not that we got to see the skill, because the boss was too big. It was the same with the monk. Like, finally we get Phantom Rush. And then I use it on the boss, but the boss is too big, so I can't see anything. And then I never play monk again, because we're done. Heading to the strategy room. I should be glad to show you in. Thank you. Robin, permit me to offer my gratitude for helping us to overcome not only the blasphemy, but the despair which spawned it. But this is only the beginning. On the face of it, we may have made tremendous strides in breaking down ancient barriers within our society, but there yet remain great rifts to be bridged. 'Tis no easy thing to rise above a lifetime of preconceptions and prejudice. I myself have struggled to do so, as you must know. But I shan't give up. On the honor of my house, I will do everything in my power to build a new Ishgard, one in which all people can see eye to eye, regardless of birth and station. Now then, I believe the deacon has some words for you too. Pray lend him an ear. My Lord Robin, may I say how glad I am that you are safe and well. Just before you arrived, Lord Emmerich explained to me the true nature of the man who became the blasphemy. The poor confused creature was born of the church's mistake, and on behalf of the clergy I give you my heartfelt thanks for laying it to rest. As we work to reform our institutions and rebuild our relationship with the people, we will remember and pray for all those who have fallen in service to the faith. And we shall pray for you as well. Wheresoever your path may lead, may the Fury ever watch over and keep you. I shall leave it at that then. Lord Emmerich too wishes to speak, and 'twould not do to keep him waiting. Robin, Lord Artoriel, I thank you for the vital role you played in ridding us of profane Fafnir. As ever, the sight of you in combat was nothing short of inspiring. With no further reported instances of people turning, and the blasphemy itself no more, I should like to believe we are free of the scourge of despair. My brethren and I shall labor to see that it ever remains so by fighting to dispel the darkness in men's heart. And I shall fight with you, not only as the Speaker of the House of Lords, or the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, but as a man of faith, in our God and in our people. Together, let us strive to fill our nation with hope. Robin, by now you will be sick unto death of being thanked, but I must nonetheless express an additional word of gratitude. Full oft have you saved our nation, our people. I speak not only of our lives, but our hearts and minds as well. You have given us a great gift, that of opportunity and choice, and if we are to repay you for it, we as a nation must take full advantage of our freedom to dictate a new course forward, into a brighter future. What forward means, we may not always agree upon, but as fellow Ishgardians we shall find a way to rise above our differences, and stand united. That is the nation that I will strive to build, this I swear to you. Rob, given all that you have done for us, I am loath to impose further, but may I trouble you to bear word of our success to our officer in Radzat-Han. We will of course be sending a report, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. Our allies would benefit from the additional details you can provide as well. Our thanks again, my friend, and may the Furies speed your way. Bye-bye. Routes out home. All of the Radiant Host. Ah, my Lord Robin. By your return, I dare hope that the hunt for the blasphemy was a success. That you would vanquish the beast comes as little surprise, but that this occasion would serve as impetus for the Church to embark upon a path of reform is incredible. I will share these joyous tidings with our allies without delay. If I may speak candidly, I must confess to being a great admirer of yours. When you have a moment, I should like to hear about some of your adventures, if you would do me the honor. For the present, however, in my official capacity as the Ishgardian delegate, I offer you my humblest thanks for your immeasurable service to our nation. Yeah. One. Alright, White Mage time. I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. Level 95, 85.999. Oof! We're wearing our Russian gear here. Or Imperial gear, rather. Alright, there's nothing to do but do dungeons. Luckily, playing as White Mage, you can just do dungeons like this, because they pop instantly. As a DPS, you have to wait like 15 minutes every single dungeon. But the problem with doing dungeons is that you have to do the same dungeon like 6 times to get to the next one, because it's two levels in between.
My friends,
Let's see if I can remember.
these are children of Thavner. Forgive me.
So this is how you play White Mage. You can't pull more! Come on! This spell is an AoE attack that at the same time stuns everything that gets hit. Three times, then can't do it anymore.
This is the only way. I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
But I think they've nerfed it. You dot everything while you're running. Dude. There's nothing more. The problem I have with healing is that I tend to get kind of lost. Like, oh shit, now I'm past my usual like way of doing things, because I've used up all my cooldowns and shit for that encounter. Then you're like, what do I press now? What do I press now? What do I press now? And then the tank dies. But the answer is really, you're pressing Cure 2. Just press Cure 2 and everything's fine. Healing is for nerds. Let's just kill the boss. You actually need to do some mana management when you're playing healer. It's not much, but it's like, use your cooldowns, that's the mana management. Because they're free. Alright. And we're level 8. Oh, 86.
What is this vile presence I sense? The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
Can't pull more. Like none of them know the dungeon. The best part about playing Wet Mage. Let's do that on the next encounter, just because it's funny. But it's not as bad now. Like the new Holy is not as bad as the old one. It was way more annoying. But you have this ability down here that reduces your cast time for a couple of seconds. So you just pop that and then you stand there pressing the holy button. Well, in A Realm Reborn, there were a lot more dungeons that weren't related to the story. But here, you do the main story, and there's one dungeon every uneven level, like 51, 53, 55, etc., etc. And then when you get to level 80, there are more dungeons there. But there are only a couple that aren't related to the story directly. I think there are exactly 2 dungeons at 80 that are side quests. Or at 90 rather. And then they usually introduce one dungeon per patch, kind of, with the main story. Fine. Oh, they have full health now. Never mind. How much is chat? Takes chat used in dungeons? Not much. For the most part, everyone knows what they need to do. Some people say hello when they join. I don't bother. Too far to the keyboard. Or at least most people know what they need to do. Some bosses, it's mostly like in the below level 50 dungeons. There you can sometimes need to like explain some insta-kill mechanic to people. But it's usually not much. Now, so that depends on if you want like a social MMO or if you just want to fucking kill some shit. Like, I don't like talking to people in dungeons. But for me, I don't really care about that aspect. But I know a lot of WoW nerds are very buttered about dungeons not being a pain in the ass anymore to do. Some tanks just take like insane amounts of damage. I don't really understand why. Like they're missing something. I don't understand what it is. More than raids in Classic, mainly because I was likely to get something for my time. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Oh. You know what we do now? Well, we do another one. We need to do 2 more. We might be able to do like the trial roulette or something at the end. Come on. Yeah. It's why I've never liked raiding. Like, I don't like anything about it. I don't like people. There are too many of them. Most of the difficulty is like people fucking up and like getting them to get to the raid in the first place without needing to go to the bathroom every 3 minutes. and like screaming in Discord. And then when you finally are done wiping after like 6 hours, you still didn't get anything. Now, to be fair, classic raids are pathetic. But like modern, at least, I don't know about the current expansion, but actually I don't know. No, Shadowlands is the current one. But like Battle for Azeroth raids seem to be really difficult. On the highest difficulty. Like I knew a girl. She said that her guild wiped like 250 times on one boss on Mythic Plus raids in Battle for Azeroth, I think. Before they downed it once. And I can understand if you have a guild like that that works well, that it can be really enjoyable. Just to like beat the content.
These are children of Stavnir.
But I would have given up after like 10 wipes.
I could do
And like uninstalled the game.
If this is the only way, I shall silence the beast.
Oh.
Pray continue onward.
You gotta sprint! Gotta sprint between the packs. Otherwise they're just hitting you in the ass the entire time. Tryharding and eating some food. Get more 3% more XP, dude. I don't plan on playing World of Warcraft ever again. No matter what they ever release. Doesn't matter. Honestly, unless some MMO starts doing something very new and interesting, this is the only MMO I'll ever bother coming back to, I think. I've had a little bit of a feel to go and play Guild Wars 2 again a little bit, but not really. It would be like if I had someone to play with. It was actually worth it. It would be a cool stream game, but then it's all server based and switching servers is all but impossible. You can't like visit other people's servers, etc, etc. It's always horrible. You can't actually play it with people even if you want to, unless you happen to be. But then again, SJW developers, I don't want to support them.
What is this vile presence I see?
So I think we'll just not play that many MMOs.
The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
There's nothing more to pull. Roar! No! Growl! Growl! So how much damage do we do when we do that? Wow, 2,000! Half as much as the tank did by popping my biggest cooldown and just spamming the biggest ability I could with the entire fight. This time there are more over there. Go, 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 go. Oh, there's no more. Be done?
Palaka gloves. Oh, that's a single target. Maybe Holy is bad single target. Maybe. And here you have to kill one of the birds. It's kind of a weird encounter. You have to single target one of the birds. To get the other pack to appear. You can't really AoE single target very well. Or AoE two targets very well. Choker of Healing. I already had that. Fuck. It's not doing so well. He's a returning player. It's probably his first time here. I would wager. He gets hit every single time. Not that time. Very proud of him. Sparvano. Who named this guy? Like, actually, who named it? Like, someone has to have named it. His mother named him? Quite a bit away. He might be able to do it, however. What else did we get? Bracelet of healing, okay. I like the Russian gear better. Colors do we have? What we can do is, instead of doing one on Spotty, we can do Trial Roulette. I think that might be enough if we're lucky. Otherwise, do a bait or even start this quest line, but I would rather not. I'm not ready for the work week. Not at all. Ooh, what a weekend. Leviathan. What do you actually do for a living again? I slave for keeps. That's what I do. Does the head repel magic damage? I'm not sure which one I should be blasting. Damage dealt by ranged attacks. Damage dealt by magic attacks. Okay. So melee works for everyone. Oh yeah, maybe I should be healing. That's my job. Gibbs a good massa. Yes, he is. He's a good slave driver, man.
Challenge me with trickery. Fools. Lord of the Horror. Horror. Get him! Shoot him in the head! What I'm gonna do tomorrow? I don't know. I don't even want to think about it. We leave that for when that happens. Yeah, that's what I thought. We need to go and do one fate. And where can we do a fate? At that level. I think it's Elvis. It's the Thunder guys again. But no one's here. So let's go and join on these. Now doing Fates as White Mage is pretty special. You just go in and then you press Holy. That's your entire kit. That's the only thing you can do. You can press Holy. Because you can't heal anyone. They're not in your party, so you have to like manually target them. And it doesn't contribute anyway. The AoE heal only heals party members. As far as I know. But we do have a Dark Knight here. It's all good. Level up! And we don't actually need to go and do that other fate. Oh, we can. We can do that. Wait, where did everyone go? Which one did they go to? This one? Is this the ogre again? Yeah. Just that we've got 2 double XP fates, we might as well do them. They don't exactly take long. Ouch. I only got silver. I only got silver because I healed that guy instead of just DPSing. This is bullshit. I wonder if maybe he can benefit from that.
I am 100% seething. Now, we do Hyperboard.
Please, turn back!
We can actually start doing side quests now. We can do this dungeon, then we do side quests again. At least for a little bit. I don't know if we can do the higher level ones there. I actually don't know if they even really have a limit. We'll find out. I know that you get scaled down, or they get scaled down to you. But I don't know if I actually need to be like level 89 for them. Warriors are kind of shaky to keep up. Their health bar keeps going like up and down because they have insane self-heal. So you don't know if there's like about to die or if he's just playing with you. Does Size really do more damage than Glare? 400 potency. Damn. The boring thing about White Mage is that you can't really do much. Except heal. You can heal and you can DPS. But like when you're playing Sage, for example, you can predict when monsters are gonna do AoE, and you can like apply shields and shit. You can apply one shield here for these tank busters. But that's about it. Otherwise, you DPS or you heal. With astrologists, you can like draw cards and buff people. I don't know if Scholar can really do much. Yeah, they can also put up some shields or just stay there for a while. But I like the White Mage aesthetic best. Oh, that was fucked up. The Reaper does seem pretty nice. TBH. I drink tea all day. Have some regen. I have monster on.
I warn you. Stay away.
These are pretty much the best times to pop your biggest cooldowns as a healer. Like, on bosses you don't really use cooldowns. It's the same as a tank, so... Like you might use Rampart and or whatever short cooldown mitigation you have when they use the tank buster, but otherwise it's just not worth it because the bosses don't do that much damage. It's more about just avoiding mechanics and not getting vulnerability stacks than actually taking consistent damage. No, crowd control is really not a thing in this game. Like, I have a sleep skill, but you just AoE every pack down. Like, it's not very advanced in that sense. But like one of my AoEs make my healing 20% stronger, and everyone around me take 20% less damage. One puts down this area, and when you're standing in it, you regen health all the time. I have one that just reduces the amount of damage they take for a while. One is a full heal. But like I said, the bosses are just not about taking damage, really. It's about learning the patterns and not getting hit by the shit. Because like this entire cast this boss is doing right now, that's just that time that it's not doing anything. Like it's literally like self-stunned if nobody gets hit by it. And then now and then they do this, where you have to do an AoE heal. So healers in this game are more or less DPS, more than they are healers, to be honest. So that's what I'm doing. I'm DPSing. Deep, DPS, DPS. And when I see a tank buster, I toss a shield on them. But the dungeons aren't meant to be difficult. That's what the raids are for. And when I say raids in this game, it's not like in WoW. In WoW, it's like, oh, we're gonna do Nax, and like every single wing in Nax Ramos. But it's not the same here. Here it's just like the raid is 12 levels that get unlocked with time, like when they release new content and stuff. They release another step in the raid, which is they release them four at a time, I think. And it's just a boss. And then they release the same raid again, but harder. Because one version is for just everyone so they can see it, and one is for actual hardcore players. That's what Savage means. Savage raids. But then the 24-player raids, they don't get a hard version. They are kind of hard, but they're like duty finder content still. It's not something people like struggle to progress or anything. It's only 8-man content in this game.
existence.
I definitely prefer this one. But like I said, I'm not really a raider. So it's not really something that's for me anyway. I would prefer something like Mythic Plus in WoW. Like hard 5-player dungeons. But I wouldn't do that either. Because I just don't play MMOs like that. I just like solo them. Completely impossible to find good guilds anyway that aren't like completely retarded. I've tried finding raids in this game, or guilds in this game. Completely impossible.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Lust and gale, gather to me!
And even more impossible, especially in this game, is finding a non-SCW guild.
Dancing winds, pierce my foes! Stars on high, fall as rain!
But like, I mean, I'm so far gone into that bullshit. It's not good enough to find a non-SGW guild. I need to find a guild that is like actively anti-SGW, and that's even harder to find. Otherwise, I just can't make friends with the people there.
Streams of ether, surge as one!
But the one thing that WoW actually started doing right is raid finder difficulty on raids. Because I do think that you should be able to do them without like actually having a raiding guild. Just because it's literally story content. Like that's where the story content is, if anything. Like everything else in the game is just trash. In World of Warcraft especially. Here it's kind of the opposite.
Dancing winds, pierce my foes!
But as I have talked about before, this isn't really the kind of MMO style I really want to play. I want to play something more sandbox. Which is never gonna happen. Like, they're never ever... In my entire lifetime, there's never gonna be a good sandbox MMO.
Stars on high. War is reign.
I am quite convinced. Didn't want the book though. All right, let's go do the side quests in the place. Can we get in on this? Without dying? Without pressing the wrong button and not getting any anything out of it? Come on! Get it over with! There. Be the bird. Teleport to Charlie on Hand. Level 88, we're level 87. But it seems we can do these. It's Robin, isn't it? I was about to head to Cockle's Forge to drop something off, but I think you'd be more welcome than I. As it turns out, the recipient is something of an admirer of yours. I'm sure she'd be thrilled to have you make the delivery. Thank you. Here's the package, all set to be delivered to Wasondidi. Here we go again, the reading. The reading. It's gonna be nice to play the other Final Fantasies, because I'm not gonna have to do a bunch of reading. It's just gonna be a shitload of random encounters constantly. Oh my, a conundrum indeed. What am I to do? Is something the matter? Well, aren't you a kind sort to take an interest in a stranger's woes? It's my son, you see. He's a gleaner stationed in the Near East. And he's recently returned to deliver his procurements. I just received word from him a moment ago, asking me to meet him in the Archaeon. Apparently he has some sort of gift for me. Is that not thoughtful? In a stroke of ill luck, however, something urgent has come up, which I'm obliged to attend to. By the time I'm done with my business, I've little doubt my darling boy will already be gone, off on his next assignment to who knows where. So you see why I'm in a pickle, surely. As much as I want to, I can't claim the gift myself, but perhaps you could in my stead, and if you've the time on your hands, that is. You do? Why, thank you. I will return as soon as I am able, so let us meet here once you have taken receipt of the present. Excuse me, but can I trouble you for a moment? I'm looking for someone, you see, and I was hoping you might help. I was due to receive a pair of beasts captured in St. Moisine's Arboretum, but the gleaner who's meant to make the delivery has yet to appear, and I've grown rather tired of waiting. I tried reaching him via link pearl, but to no avail. I am tempted to go out and search for him myself, but
What if he arrives and I'm not here? So, would you be willing to find said gleaner for me? Thank you. He ought to be relatively easy to spot, should I think, considering he's traveling with 2 mud-covered seedkin. Search west of here first. I'll check around here just to make sure he's not rounding the corner or some such. Should you find him before I do, hurry back here, will ya? I've done raiding in a couple of them, like, not hardcore raiding or anything, but I've done like raids and end game content in a couple of MMOs. And the Korean ones are by far the worst. They're not even worth playing for it. May I borrow you a moment? I have a problem of a marital nature, shall we say. You see, my husband was looking rather green around the gills when he left for work this morning. As much as I would like to check on him myself, I'm afraid my research is of such import I can't leave it unattended for any amount of time. Which is why I must ask that you look in on him in my stead. You're like to find my darling slaving away in Coco's forge, if he hasn't been carted off to the infirmary yet, that is. He's a rather handsome man whose garish red glasses make him hard to miss. Should you notice that he's under the weather, I ask that you provide him with his filter, which will hopefully revitalize him. I'm sorry to lay such a burden on you, but I have no one else to whom I can entrust this. Please hurry, as I fear he'll keel over before long. In Arcade, the endgame stuff was like the only thing people did, because the problem with like WoW style raids is that first of all, they have to be good enough, and second of all, the community has to feel like it's like worth the effort to do it. Otherwise, no one will do it at all. So then you can just literally not do the content. But in Arcade, the only thing people did was there were random world bosses that spawned on like a set timer. So everyone would always know, like, okay, this boss is gonna spawn now. There was like a Discord that kept track of all the boss spawns. And then you went there, and the boss spawned, and then you just like stood there and like wailed on it for a while, and then it died. And then you left. And then maybe if you were lucky, you got something. And it was gonna be like trash anyway. And then if you were actually doing like the end game harder dungeons, what you did was like you avoided all the enemies, and then when you got to the end, you like bugged the dungeon and skipped the last boss and just like looted. It's so stupid. There was like a glitch where you could like jump through a solid door on like 1 pixel or something, and that's what you did. And I also played Tree of Savior a lot, and all the content there was just so bad. Like the raid bosses, you had to make specific character. Tree of Savior was really cool because you could mix and match classes. You could pick 3 classes. You could do that in Arcade too. It was pretty nice. Trash, but it was nice. Same thing in Tree of Savior. Because only like a couple of these classes actually had the ability to kill bosses. So if you wanted to do like a raid, you had to level a raid character and make like a raid build so that you could kill the boss or be like a healer or whatever. So I was playing a pyromancer in Tree of Savior for like the longest time. And the pyromancer only did AoE damage. So I could not do damage on the bosses. So I could not play the raid with that boss or with that character. So I had to make another one. And even when you did, the raid was just like it was just tedious and annoying. There was no difficulty. It was just annoying. Like on one part, there was a statue that you had to destroy. And to destroy the statue, you could only do that while there were... How was it? You had to have enemies surrounding it, I think. then it became like vulnerable. So there were enemies over on the left that you had to run, and someone had to run in, pull all the enemies that would like be completely retarded and barely follow you, and then you had to pull them back while you were getting like hit and rubber banding constantly because the game was trash. And then you pull them in and then hope that they wouldn't like leash and start going back, and then have them there at the thing while you was just AoEing them down. And it would take like 10 minutes to do this, just to get past that part and get to the boss. And then when you got to the boss, he was just also like super pathetic. But you had to do it once every week, otherwise you just couldn't compete. And the only thing you could compete in was PvP, because that's how all Korean games are. There's nothing to do except for PvP. And the PvP is garbage, where like the people who have played the longest and just swipe their credit cards like for literally $20,000 are untouchable, and they kill you in one hit no matter what they play, because they just have that much like that high like upgraded gear, because that's what they're about, just upgrading gear forever. And I also played Black Desert, and it was exactly the same, except there no one did the raids because they were pointless and they were too hard, so no one wanted to bother. So all you did there was just run around and do like really trash PvE content, also known as just AoE grinding mobs forever. So like there like this is the pinnacle of MMOs currently. No matter how much it is actually like lacking, to be honest. A moment, if I may. Have you heard of the winged familiars known as the Skatine? They've a marked talent for seeing in the dark, which has established them as the chosen watchbirds for some of the world's most important facilities. As it so happens, we in Labyrinthos avail ourselves of their astonishing eyesight too. Day and night, our skatiners... Skatins... The Skatins keep close watch for any blackguards, or nasty going on. However, such keenness of eyesight requires, for lack of a better term, upkeep, which comes in the form of a special eye drop. After all, what creature can sit unblinking and wide-eyed for days on end without help? So might I ask you to dole out said medication? You want me to eye drops a bunch of crows, dude? How good of you to be so obliging. The Skatines are perceptive creatures in both sight and mind, and will take to you instantly once they know you experience in caring for even one of their kind. That is why I recommend all those who deal with things of a confidential nature to try their hand at treating the beady eyes of our vigilant familiars at least once. Near the northernmost entrance you'll find the Skatine's caretaker. She'll be only too glad to introduce you to our faithful watchhounds. Oh. Heavens forfend! To think this would happen in my kitchen. The nerve. Oh, you there. Yes, you. You've the look of a man who knows what he's about, and I'm in desperate need of one such as you. Picked myself a bushel of Merial Agronomics apples, but wouldn't you know, some nasty mandragora swiped those red beauties from under my nose. Not sure how they got in here in the first place, but that's beside the point. I could well try to steal them back for myself. But goodness knows how many hours it'd be before I stumbled upon that blasted bandit. I'm only one woman. I can't cover all that ground by myself. So be a friend and help me get my apples back, would ya? I just knew you'd oblige me. Now then, let's talk strategy. I'll scour the area just south of here, so you take the north. Deal? Mandragoras bury themselves in the dirt to hide, so if you see one of their bulbous heads poking out of the soil, hit them with one of these malodorous bombs. They'll be so surprised to get a face full of stink they'll leap out and leave behind my apples. The thief will probably take off running, but let them go. I just want my pilfered fruit returned. Besides, Mandragora Carcass isn't on the menu tonight. Right then, I'll leave you to your search. Happy hunting. I liked leveling in Arcade though, to be honest. I really like the whole like being able to mix and match classes. Even though, like I said, it's garbage because it's always super unbalanced and trash. And there'll always just become like a certain meta. But the question is, like, you can still try to do this and maybe keep the meta within an acceptable like distance of each other, but that's not what happens. Like it's like you have to play this, otherwise you're like a third as strong. So you can't make like cool characters, because that's what I like to do, just making like RP characters, to be honest, and just leveling them. I was playing a two-handed axe warrior, and it was garbage. And the reason for that was because you had to play one-handed spear and a katana in your offhand, because there were hidden secret special abilities that each weapon type had. And the one-handed spear had like a random chance to ignore armor. So it would just randomly do actual damage instead of doing 1 damage. And the axe would give you like a damage boost for a while, sometimes when you hit things. But that would also still make you do 1 damage in PvP. So it didn't matter. Oh. Koreans cannot make games. Like, they're absolute trash. Oh my, the ways of Thaliak are as mysterious as they are providential. To think a man so robust as you would appear before me in my hour of need. If this is not divine intervention, I know not what is. I face a trial for which I am not equal, nor shall ever be. It involves the capture of my most feared nemesis. Tomatoes! You see, I can barely speak the wild beast's name without my gorge rising. You would do well to consider my offer. Truly, I have money set aside, quite a bit of it, in fact. All you need do is capture one of those wild vegetables. You'll find them near Mariol Agronomics, and they are quite hard to miss. Disgusting things that they are. Where could it have gone? What a bother this is. If only I could find someone who... Oh, fortune is on my side indeed. You seem the doughty sort. Might you help me locate a missing mammoth? A colleague has reported that one has escaped and gone on a rampage. It was last sighted wandering southeast of here, where it has slain one of the specimens. We've tried to deactivate the mammoth remotely, but it has outright ignored our commands. Now our only recourse is to stop that willful thing by force. Perhaps you could do the honors. If you're up to it, I'll need you to locate it and put it out of commission. Once that pugnacious puppet has been silenced, place it in this coffer and return it to me. So, will you help? Fantastic. I knew you weren't the type to say no to a man in need. Find the corpse of the fiend it fought, and you're like to come across a directionless doll. I really like Tree of Savior though. Even though it was trash still, but I really liked it a lot. Haven't we met before? You're one of Urianje's friends, yes? Ah, I thought so. I'm here wandering around Labyrinthos, hoping to find some work to do. It sounds like such fun, but I don't even know where to start or how to ask for it. Can you help me? Of course. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's find someone with work for me. Like, it was quest-based at the same time as it was grind-based. And I like just actually grinding and playing the game. But it also had good gameplay gamepad controls. Had really nice art style. Like, really nice art style. And really nice music. And you could just make, like,
RP characters forever and just level them. And just see how they do. You there, adventurer. You've the carriage of a man upon whose time I might prevail. Those books there, you see them, yes? I would have you bear them to one of the students of Baldessian for me. Can't you carry them yourself? That would be ideal for all parties involved, wouldn't it? Alas, my political leanings prevent me from that most obvious solution. I am a member of the bibliotheques, which I should think explanation enough. I and my colleagues have sworn to bear silent witness to the affairs of our world, recording all which comes to pass. The students of Baldessian, on the other hand, take a much more active approach in the affairs of our world. Needless to say, things between us are tense. It would spell trouble were I to be found delivering these tomes myself. My colleagues may well bar me from their archives entire, a punishment worse than death. Thus I seek aid from one who can pass unnoticed. You. Right then. Have a care and bring these to my Baldessian co-conspirator. You'll find her on Logisticon Alpha. Oh, and tell her it's a gift from a friendly researcher in Charlie and Hamlet, will ya? Fine, I'll carry your tomes. Bitch. Boop, 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 boop. It's that one, right? Unfortunately, what is it called? Lost Ark ended up being really, really bad, I think. Exactly what I don't want, which is a Korean MMO. Where you're just walking around killing NPCs that don't even respond to your presence. Like, I want games to be games, right? That's why I hate video games, because none of them are games. They're just like interactive movies. Final Fantasy is an interactive movie, and that's what we're gonna play next. And it's not even interactive, it's like, my word, look at all of this. Each book more valuable than the last. How in the world did you come by them? Given to you by a researcher in Charlie and Hamlet, you say, and meant as a gift for me. My mysterious benefactor is gracious indeed. It's a comfort to know that at least one person out there values our efforts in an ever-changing world. Do give my thanks to this charitable researcher next you see them. Which Final Fantasy? We finished Final Fantasy 1. And we are in the early middle, I would say, of Final Fantasy 2 right now. And yes, what I'm saying is that we're gonna play them all. After spending 2 months on this game. We need more Final Fantasy. That's what we need. Pew! 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 Holy shit, you take no damage! Got something here.
Oh, it's you, the one and only Robin. Am I dreaming? Hey, you wanna go on a date? A delivery? For me? But why would someone as famous and important as you be delivering my package? Oh, now I'm just being rude. I must thank you properly. If only I had known you'd be coming, I could have prepared something for you. Silly me, there's something for you right here. This package contains a bottle of golden syrup. It's yours if you want it. It's an alchemical medicine to rejuvenate the wearied body. You must need something like that after running around and saving the entire world. I won't hear no for an answer, so drink it down. You deserve it far more than I do. Is there more here? Oh, we have to actually drink it. Where is it? There. Syrup. Ah, that's delicious. The medicine is much sweeter than you were expecting. It's delicious. I am glad. I hope it nourishes your body along with pleasing your palate. That reminds me. I had your comrade Graha try some as well. He seemed to quite enjoy it, said it was like drinking sweet ambrosia. I couldn't help but wonder what sort of medicine he had been forced to drink before. Anyway, I'm afraid that's all I have to offer you. I swear, if Quailsm doesn't compensate you properly, I just might... Well, never mind that. Please take proper care of yourself out there. Okay. Oh dear! Perhaps going into work was not the best decision after all. The man is in very poor health indeed and likely requires the medicine you were provided. Hey bro. Oh my, that's much better. Thank you kindly, stranger. A weakness came over me quite suddenly, no doubt caused by a thinning of the blood or some such. That medicine is one of my wife's creations, is it not? I would know her alchemy anywhere. That must mean she enlisted your help to see it brought to me, then, yes? I thought as much. So little gets past my better half, though I did my best to hide my fatigue. I myself am a researcher from Thomasine. Ah, that interests you, does it? Well then, you will get a kick out of this. We are currently developing a new sort of alloy which at the molecular level contains psychosensitive materials such as dark matter. The wonders we could work with such a marvelous metal. Imagine how much tighter controls could become were we to fit it into a cockpit. But I am getting ahead of myself. At any rate, our work is reaching its crescendo, and I wouldn't dare miss even so much as a day of it. Would you be so kind as to tell my wife that there's no cause for concern? All she needs to know is that her filter worked wonders. Wait, what's that? Apparently there's something up there we have to do. Stray tomato. I do think that they should make the healers have a little bit more of a rotation for their DPS. Like, just something. Literally anything would be better. Whoops. You have one, but
or you have a dot. You press the dot, and then you press your DPS button. Like, I get you don't want to focus too much on DPSing, so you miss your heals and stuff. But it's a little bit lame. Because you do DPS quite a bit. So I just think it would be nice. But I'm kind of interested in seeing what they're planning on doing now. Like, are they just gonna keep going up in levels? Like, we're just gonna be level 99 next time? Also, are they gonna do that? Are they gonna do the 99, or are we gonna be 100? Hold a moment. I know you. Yes, you're Robin, the famous adventurer, are you not? To what do I owe the honor? Oh, my mother is busy, you say. That is most disheartening to hear. I wanted to tell her in person that she is now a grandmother newly made. My wife has born us a healthy baby. I'd written to share news that we were expecting, but not that she had given birth. I had hoped to see the look on my mother's face when I told her of the happy event. It's quite all right. No, honestly, it is. She works tirelessly for the good of all. I can hardly blame her for being unable to come running at a moment's notice. It makes me proud, in fact, to think she is so important she cannot even spare a moment to see me. Hopefully she can spare a moment for this though. Will you give this portrait of her? It's of me, my wife, and our newborn, her grandchild. Now, I must be off. There is work to be done, and I'm sure my mother would be proud to know her son is following in her hard-working footsteps. Unfortunately, Final Fantasy II is really dog shit. So I'm not really looking forward to playing that again. We have to struggle until we get to 4 at least. Like I think 4 is kind of but it's like a million times better than 1 and 2. Is there something I can help you and your friend with? I'd heard Leporites were interested in learning about your culture, or about our culture, and you're saying this one is looking for a job. Yes, I would like to work at a job. Do you know of one I could do? Well, most people here work at Aporia or Thomazine. But we would need to submit documents to request the proper level of clearance and... Oh, I have an idea. As you've seen, the man-made habitats hereabouts are populated by a variety of experimental subjects. Some of the bolder beasts, however, have been known to cause unfortunate incidents in and around the elemental reactors. In order to encourage these creatures to keep their distance, we've put together some bags of noxious-smelling repellent. I'd appreciate it if you could place a few of them by the reactors themselves. For now, I need you to ward 2 such facilities. The one to the south and the one to the west of Logisticon Beta. Here, there's an armful for each of you, so you can split the work. Oh, I'm sorry for making you work too, but that means we can share the payment as well. Right, I'll go to the south reactor, and you take the one to the west. Work. Indeed, dude. What luck! You are just the gallant sort I was in search of. You see, I whipped up an experimental new tincture, one that brings low a certain type of fiend. I had hoped a brave adventurer might test its efficacy for me in the field. And since you're here, perhaps you could fill that role. Good. Now then, how about this solution of mine? With the help of some gleaners, I've crafted a concoction that can incinerate even the hardest of Seedkin's casings, allowing one to make quick work of the beasts. Or so my hypothesis goes, anyway. Alas, my genius remains untested and thus unproven, which is where you come in. One so well versed in the ways of war should have no trouble at all verifying the tincture's efficacy, I should think.
Based on the information I have ascertained, an oversized Berkanon can be found wandering about to the west of Logisticon Beta. Douse that sadistic seedkin in my newest nostrum and bash it into a bloody pulp for me, would you? Sure, I have no idea what you just said, but I will do it. I will do that. Gotcha. Let's hand this quest in. The one I've left there is the story quests. Ah, you have returned, and without the books with which you departed. I assume that you mean they were delivered to the right hands. Thank you. As I mentioned before, we bibliotheques keep to the wings of history's stage, and make a fierce stance against any sort of involvement. We've a sworn duty to observe all which transpires, even as the world unravels before our very eyes. So dedicated are we to our goal. There is no realm in which we are not present. I too was once stationed abroad, in the far east actually. It is where I caught wind of the students of Baldesion, learned how they had become a symbol of hope for those fearing the final days. Sylvester tells us that knowledge is a gift, one that cannot be bestowed upon just anyone. It is only the worthy who ought wield the strength it provides. And I believe the students of Baldesion worthy. If there is any justice left in this world, then that which our pens and papers have locked away is theirs by right. Thank you for helping me put the fruits of our labor to good use. Alright, dude. Oh, 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 oh. How much does one quest give? Slightly less than a fate. A fate gives 250. Quest gives much less. You barely have time to actually damage them. You have to, like, try to damage one or two when they arrive, when they spawn. That's like the best way to actually get participation. Did it? It's actually quite a sizable chunk of XP. Were you able to retrieve our little runaway and shove him into that container? I'm ready to take it off your hands. Whenever you are willing to part with it, though I'm not sure why you would want to hang on to it for longer than necessary. Goodness, you've done it. I can't thank you enough, truly. Not sure what I would have done had you not come along. This mammoth's unfortunate escape is the work of the Loporites, you know. They meant no harm, I'm sure, but they insisted on tinkering with the thing's innards, wanted to make some improvements, apparently. and as you can see, their earnest meddling has cost us a deal of grief. To be fair, they did look rather contrite when I told them they had what had transpired. I can't stay angry with them, though. They had only the best intentions. In fact, they need some cheering up after the tongue lashing I gave them. Yes, they deserve the thickest, crunchiest carrots I can find. And on that note, farewell, adventurer, and thank you. Sure, I want this though. Like, I can't find any robe that I really want to replace my current one with for my Black Mage. It's just perfect. One hour remaining. You spoke with my husband then, did you? How was he? Was he as unwell as I had feared? He was in terrible health, as you suspected. I just knew it. What was that man thinking? To fight through such illness, all so he can, what, go to work? Honestly. It's all well and good to wholly commit oneself to one's profession, but to do so at the expense of one's health, that's beyond the pale. He'll be getting an earful from me, that much I can assure you. I shudder to think what would have become of my husband had you not stepped in when you did. Though it's a trifle compared to what you deserve, I offer you this, so thank you for your help. Hello, Fiola. Well, were you able to capture one of those terrible tomatoes? Eep! Pardon me. Even in this sack, I cannot stomach the wretches. But better in than out, I suppose. At least it won't get disastrously painful juices into anyone's eyes. You must be curious as to why tomatoes maddened into violence were running amok. Well, the truth is, a gleaner had sowed a congeries of vegetable seeds to cultivate on the plantation, and a few of those vermin managed to slip in unnoticed. The soil was exceptionally fertile by the looks of it, because the creatures proliferated with alarming ease, more so than anyone could have possibly guessed. And to provide this tale with an even stranger twist, the juices they squirted into my eyes had a salubrious effect. I no longer have need of my glasses. I can see with perfect clarity now, though I was in a great deal of pain, mind you. Well, when life gives you tomatoes, make eye juice. No, that wasn't a very pithy thing. That hasn't a very pithy ring to it at all. At any rate, your service has been most helpful. I will begin my research as soon as I am back at the laboratory. And before I forget, your reward. Thank you. Hello, Swalesine. What a fucking name. I'll finish then. She works herself too hard, that Wasondidi. The medicine I sent should be good for her. Though I must say you're looking rather more chipper than when you left. What? She gave the syrup to you? Well, if that cheered her up, I suppose that's as good as any medicine. In any case, here's a little something as thanks for your help. What fortuitous timing. I've only just arrived myself. So what news from my son? What was it he was so eager to give me? Is this? Oh goodness. It is, isn't it? It's a portrait of his family and it includes my grandchild. Oh, how cherubic and darling. Okay. There's no baby more beautiful in all the world. And you and yours have given this little bundle of joy a chance to grow up happy and hale. Perhaps I'll go see their family once my research has slowed a bit. That would be nice, would it not? You have made me happier than you could possibly know. Thank you, truly. It isn't much, I grant you, but here, something for your pains. It certainly isn't much, dude. You will receive no guidance, blah 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 blah. Excuse me, you there. You look capable. Could you find a missing carbuncle for me? Ordinarily, a carbuncle would never be without an arcanist, but this one was found alone, roaming the wilds of Lanosia. And so I had it sent here for research purposes. I swear I took my eye off it for barely even a moment, and it scampered off somewhere outside the hamlet. Seeing as it's far too dangerous out there for someone of my disposition, I was hoping you could look for it in my stead. You have my thanks. I don't think it could have made it out of the central circuit, but that still leaves a wide area to search. This guiding crystal should make the job a bit easier. It will react when the carbuncle is near, glowing more brightly than the closer you are to your quarry. Once you have secured the entity, please bring it back here to me. I wish you fortune in your hunt. Not to Disoshito again, dude. You're the one who's come about the eye drops, then. Heard all about today's little exercise. From Anija. Call me via link pearl, you see. I told this old bird what's about to transpire, but she still seems a bit on her guard. Might be best to calm her down yourself. If you pet her gently, that ought to unruffle her feathers, figuratively and literally. Hello there, you demonic demon owl. You want me to pet you on the head? Dot dot dot. The vigilant Skatine continues her unwavering stare, but there is now a great deal less anxiety in her eyes than before. Think our friend here has realized you're no threat at all. Go on then. She's ready for the eye drops whenever you are. Why, she looks about ready to snuggle up to you, I'd say. Skatines have a mind like a steel trap and don't forget a face easily, so it's no problem if you were to walk past in completely different clothes. Takes more than a costume change to fool them, after all. If you don't mind my asking, you're friends with a dragoon, right? Surly-looking Ellison fellow, as I remember. I'm afraid the Skatines didn't take kindly to him, damn near pecked his eyes out. The poor bird almost got a lance in her gullet for it. Lucky your companion stopped himself when he did, but that doesn't mean this Skatine is going to let bygones be bygones anytime soon. Let me tell you. Bit of advice. He ought to watch himself if he's walking through these parts. In any case, your work is done here. This Skatine's had her treatment, so go and tell Anija as much. Good luck out there. Oh, and should you happen to see another Skatine while you're about, give them a wave, alright? Peculiar vegetable. It's supposed to use something on it. This, maybe? Sulfur powder? Circle, circle, upside down triangle, triangle, square, circle. The gobsmacked garlic is so affronted by your pestering it has fled. It does not appear to be the culprit you are after. Or just tormenting four little garlic boys? Just because one of them stole some apples?
triangle, upside down, down triangle, circle, circle, square, dollar sign, yen sign, circle. The quizzical queen up and flees in a flustered state, leaving behind apples. It would appear that this knavish mandragora was behind the fruit napping. So some big ass apples. I want that. Though probably not. Oversized plants are usually disgusting. Hello there, bro. Oh, Mike, thank goodness you're here. Abasa caught me by surprise, gave me a nasty shock. But what are you doing all the way out here? Ah, of course. I suppose all this waiting would have made anyone rather nervous. I'll give my apologies to the operator when I deliver these specimens. As for the specimens themselves, well, let's just say I'm rather surprised they're still in one piece, despite being bathed in lightning. Their Earth alignment probably saved them, come to think of it. At any rate, thank you, kind stranger. Doubt I'd still be among the living if not for your aid. Right then, I had better get going. Don't want to keep the operator waiting any longer than he already has. Dude, I didn't even do anything. I like patted you on the back or something. All right, let's hide some quests. No, we don't need to. How would a force field even work? I don't like force fields. They're far out, man. Fuck? Oh. Illogical. Alright, thank you. We have to use this on it. No. Sake for the wayward carbuncle. Not here. At least this time it's not like mega sensitive, so if it does say anything, then we know we're in the right place. There you are.
I was wondering when I would see you again. The Gleaner told me everything that happened. How you got him out of a tight spot. He seems to have escaped largely unscathed, but the chirurgeons are giving him a thorough inspection just in case. You may not know this, but they're actually a variety of Karpokker. Only these happen to be smeared in a unique type of mud originated from the Arboretum. Judging by the look on your face, you already know of this species, don't you? Yes, something tells me you're already quite intimate with the Arboretum. Isn't it just a wonderful place? You must be wondering why I required these muddy little things. Well, I had a theory that their earth alignment might prove to be of use in the amplification of said element. I had not expected such an unfortunate accident would come of my curiosity, though. Well, we're none of us the worse for wear, so perhaps not that unfortunate. The Gleaner is still alive and kicking, and the samples made it safely here. All thanks to you, of course. So all's well that ends well, yes? Sure. Give me XP. Ah, there you are. I've come up empty-handed, sad as that is to admit. How did you fare? Were you able to recover the apples? Yeah. Whoa! Apples! You were? Oh my, I can't thank you enough. Goodness me, now that I have a proper look at them, they're rather enormous, aren't they? Funny how I didn't see that before. Labyrinthos, as you've surely noticed, is entirely man-made, and our continued prosperity is thanks in part to the elemental reactor and the false sun, though if truth be told, those two things are likely to blame for our oversized fruit. Word is there's research afoot to see if the above-ground orchards could produce something of a similar size as well. Given what little we know, though, I am sure that day is quite a long way off. Oh, begging your pardon. Here I am, talking your ear off while I'm sure you've better things to be getting on with. Heavens no, I certainly do. Apple pies don't bake themselves, now do they? Thank you again for your help. You're welcome. Why, not a scratch on you. I take this means my serum did its job then. It most certainly did. Didn't bother using it for the one time that I could have just skipped it. And I didn't. Is that so? Goodness, my genius is rather startling, isn't it? That was a tincture most hastily thrown together. Nary a thought was put into it. At any rate, I thank you for your services rendered. Here for your troubles. Well then, I must return to my pondering. Those theories of mine won't hypothesize themselves. Thank you both for your cooperation. I'll hand the payment to our lunar friend here so that she might have the full job experience. Oh, and I'll throw in some apples from Mariel Agronomics too. Enjoy. Oh, a new food to try. Let's head back up the stairs and eat them together. Bye-bye. You've returned. Very good. Judging by the lack of scratch marks, you were successful in completing your task. No doubt the Skatines now know to treat you as a friend rather than a foe. The Skatines do not stay long in any given location, but rather fly through labyrinthos, moving from perch to perch. Should you happen to see one, count yourself fortunate. They can be a rare sight. Though you may think them difficult to spot, trust that they are among us. They are watching always, ensuring that the knowledge we've acquired is kept from falling into the hands of those who would use it for nefarious ends. There's big birds, dude. Time to munch on these apples. They look delicious, don't they? Yum 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 yum. Oh my, they don't just look delicious, they are delicious. They might even be better than carrots. I thought this place would be just like Mare Lamentorum, since it's all artificial. but I'm glad I was wrong. I was wrong about a lot. Even after everything Yurionji told me to expect, and I learned so much at my job, I think I want to try another one. Oh, before I forget, here's your share of the payment. Thank you for all your help. I'm ready to go if you are. Oh, I suppose I should tell you a bit about the artificial sun first. It's got an engine called a reactor that burns with fire ether. My theory is that the reactor has too much ether now, and that's what's changed its color. Ergo, we should go to Phoebus. I know someone who works there, helping to control the artificial sun. I'll bet he'll let us have a look around. It's in the medial circuit, so we should head for Logisticon Alpha first. Follow me so you don't get lost. Alright, time to check for carbuncles. No carbuncles here. They don't usually let me into the medial circuit, but having you here changes everything. Hey, you okay if I kidnap this kid? Hello again, for Pauline. You and your friend are free to go through. You have my thanks. It's so tiresome, having your freedoms limited because of your age. Anyway, let's make our way to Phoebus. But it's probably not up here. He said he was going to be in the middle circuit. That means he is absolutely in the middle circuit. But we might still be close enough. He said I can go and have a look. Wait here. I'll let you know if I find anything. Well, he showed me the control panel, but there didn't seem to be anything wrong. The reactor's records didn't contain anything worth noting either. That's what you were worried about, eh? You do realize this place has been around as long as Labyrinthos, and we've never had a single problem. Nor have we been able to confirm this change in the light's hue you speak of. Are you certain you didn't just stare at the sun too long? We advise against that for a reason, you know. They can talk down to me all they want, but I know what I saw. If there's nothing wrong here, then it simply means the root of the problem lies elsewhere. Let's go. Hell yeah. Thank you for sticking around. It's nice to be believed for once. Now that it's clear the problem doesn't lie here, we should move on. Let's take a look at the supply route. The fire-aspected ether travels along from the elemental reactor to the artificial sun. I learned a while ago that the sun automatically goes into overdrive to maintain its brightness if it gets less fire ether than it needs. If that's what's happening, then there must be a problem with the reactor's ether supply. To know for sure, we'll need to check the flow of the ether to see if there are any spots where it's abnormally weak. To do that, though, we need an etherometer. Maybe we can borrow one from Mariel Agronomics. Then we don't have to go out of our way. Whatever, let's just do quests. Here is time for fates later. See? I fed them a lie about helping with some research, and they lent me an etherometer. Come on. Let's see if we can pick up any abnormal readings. Hell yeah, dude. Lying is based as shit. Just as I thought, the concentration of fire ether is too low. It seems to be weakest at an area south of here. That must be where the problem lies. You can tell that just from the etherometer. Well, when you've got a father who's an expert in etherology, and a mother who's a mathematician, you learn a thing or two. What's more, I was born and raised here. It'd be embarrassing if I didn't know it better than everyone else. Now, let's get to the bottom of this. I have identified the problem. There's an Anala here. They're normally only found near the elemental reactor. I can't say for sure if it came here on purpose or simply got lost. But either way, it's clearly been feeding on fire-respected ether. Most of the ether travels deep underground on its way from the reactor, but the supply route is close to the surface here. I imagine the Anala must be pretty powerful at this point, if it's been here absorbing all of that ether. No doubt its core is full of it. If I can just get my hands on that core, I could use it to convince the adults that I was right all along. Do you think you can slay it for me? No one's killing frogs? They're down there killing the other things. Do this first before they get here. Nicely done. Can you show me the core? So this is what an abundance of ether can do to their cores. It's massive. Father and the others will have no choice but to believe me when they see this. Still not there. Come on, let's waste no time in showing this to Father. It's time he acknowledged that I'm right. So this is where you've been hiding. Father! Fancy seeing you here. I was just about to come home and tell you that I found the problem with the sun. Are you still harping on about that? You could have gotten yourself hurt pursuing this nonsense. And you, I told you to bring my son back to me, and instead you go off gallivanting with him. He's right, you know. Fine, I shall hear what you have to say. Oh my, I have never seen a core like this in my life. I see no reason to doubt your suggestion that it was feeding on the fire-respected ether. So you finally admit that I was right about the sun. Well, yes. However, that matters not now. That matters not now that I know how serious the situation is. What do you mean? Robin's already slain the Anala. Surely everything will go back to normal now. I'm afraid not. If the artificial sun was under such strain for a prolonged period of time, it could be on the verge of combusting by now. We'll need to cool it post-haste. Alas, this requires multiple soma cores. The constructs can be found by Cockle's Forge. Please, we have no time to waste. You must retrieve 2 cores for me. We'll begin the process at Phoebus. Find us there when you have the course at hand. Damn, he was too slow. Now, this fate's already over. Yeah. I'm not even gonna bother. It's all the way down there? Alright. Time to look for this stupid-ass carbuncle. Not here. Not there. Not there. Not there. How weak is this detector? Holy shit. There, we got 2. But while we're here, we're gonna keep looking for this carbuncle. Oh, it's somewhere here. Twinkles faintly. Can you guess my new speedrun record? No. I don't even remember your last speedrun record. 4 years. Glimmers warmly. Yeah. Where is he? Where is he? Well, was it 4 years? No? Okay. Rats. Right, it's back in this direction somewhere.
Where's this stupid carbuncle? Twinkles only faintly. What? What? Like, what? Huh? I hate these quests. I've never seen a worse hot and cold game in my life. They have other hot and cold things in this game, and they're not nearly as bad as this. Like, there just aren't enough stages to have any idea of what the area looks like. Twinkles faintly. Okay. Faintly. Faintly. So it's here. Faintly. Brilliantly. Where are you? There. Hello, buddy. The carbuncle peers at you anxiously, not letting its guard down. Perhaps it will let you pick it up if you soothe it first. The carbuncle visibly calms, allowing you to cradle it into your arms. Cool. And then there's a double XP thing there. Which we can go and do. Because I assume they are going to as well. Well-moistured researcher. Where are the rest? Where are the others? There were more people. Maybe we can pick some off the ground too. Or no, someone else is doing that. These are so easy. They only take time because people don't hand them in. But like, if people handed in their stuff pretty much instantly, it would be over. Like, this fate is done now. So let's leave. Did you find the carbuncle? Thank goodness, or rather thank you. As I said, they found the poor thing alone in the countryside, wandering the mountains of northern Lanosia, I believe. It should have vanished as soon as its master dismissed it, although it's possible the command was never given. In which case, it should theoretically persist until the ether that forms it is consumed, but for that reserve to last long enough for the entire entity to grow wild. An immensely talented arcanist must have summoned it. But I wouldn't give to something. Researching this little creature should net me some fascinating data. Indeed. Thank you again for retrieving it for me. Probably one of mine. Got it out there somewhere at some point. Alright. Let's finish up this quest line here. And that will be it for today. Did you manage to procure the course? Splendid! Then let us save our son. Alright, I think we can finally relax. The artificial sun is stable once more. Clearly, we were all so enveloped in our own research that we neglected to keep an eye on the systems that allow us to live down here in the first place. I shudder to think what could have befallen us had you and my son not taken action. You have my thanks for saving us from disaster. And I owe you something else, my son. An apology. I was a fool to ignore your warning simply because of your age. It's fine, father, really. In that case, might you be interested in helping find potential improvements for the system that govern our son? Of course, I can think of several already. They're all gonna be garbage. Like, he's a child. At your age, you shouldn't be thinking about that kind of stuff. Robin, I want to thank you properly for being so helpful. Could you come and visit me again in Charlian Hamlet? Okay.
Thank you again. Here's your reward. It's my pocket money, with an additional something from my parents. I was so happy that you listened to me, and decided to trust my knowledge. I hope our paths cross again, when I have become a researcher in my own right. I'll be sure to make you proud. Some cod, some chowder, or some pancakes. Ooh, pancakes! Maybe I'll make some pancakes. Ah, hello again. Thanks once more for your help in sorting out the sun. I've actually got something else to ask if you're willing to hear me out. It concerns a new friend of mine, a young troll that I found wandering around these parts recently. Obviously, he's not capable of speech, but he can clearly understand me when I talk to him. You do believe me, right? Oh, that's Shackles. That's Shrek, dude. What a peculiar name. Well, that makes explaining the situation much easier. I last saw him by Logisticon Alpha. Let's go and see if he's still there.
I've been searching all over for you, you know. Since we last met, I decided to use magics to improve my vocalization. To that, I've read my fair share of tomes on the subject. It seems your kind are capable of making your vocal cords vibrate thanks to your ability to breathe through your mouths. Alas, we trolls are incapable of doing so. However, I managed to adapt a wind-aspected spell to enable me to communicate properly. Not that there's anything wrong with nasal grurs, mind you. I'm not gifted enough to activate my spell on my own, so I set out in search of you once more. It was then that I bumped into this clever child.
What happened to the buffoon?
He wouldn't have been any help, so I left without him. Clearly, I made the right choice. While I might not be able to speak with this boy, he still managed to bring you to me.
You can understand what he's saying. Simply amazing. I knew he had to have some way of communicating.
I gather he knows a thing or two about ether as well. Would you mind telling him just what I told you? Pretty girl?
Yeah, this is Shrek. So that's what he'd been trying to tell me about. Of course, I'll do my best to help. The wind-aspected ether vented by the earthen reactor ought to help. If we fiddle with the reactor's setting a bit, we should be able to create our own blusterly vortex of the stuff. That should be all you need to cast your spell.
See, I've got an eye for people. Now, take me to this reactor.
Right, this way. The other side of the world. Thankfully, there's an ether right there. With a couple of quests we haven't done, but we'll leave those for tomorrow. We don't have time. Because today is Sunday, right? So tomorrow is Hell Day, also known as Monday. Work day, the first day of the week. Where you need to ruin your life and suffer. I'll be back in a bit. I just need to go tinker with the reactor's setting. I learned all about this when I was coming up with ways to better the systems for the artificial sun. Maybe I'll make like one pancake with 3 eggs or something. All done. I think our wind-aspected ether vortex should pop up somewhere to the west. And remember when they did a coup and caught everyone off guard, but only managed to defeat an arm? What? Keep your wits about you. There's every chance the high concentration of ether will attract fiends. We don't have any means of protecting ourselves, so we'll need your help. Let us know when you're ready. We don't have any means of protecting ourselves, so we'll need your help. Let us know when you're ready.
Westward.
Shaggles and Verpauline are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed blah 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 blah. Come on, stupid bitches. Center anal. That anal is in the way. It is in the way. We have to go that way. Past the anal. Help me, Shaggles! They're gonna die. Now there's a stupid tree in the way. Let's see if this is far enough to leash him there.
So this is it, eh? Let me give it a go then. Can you hear me? Brilliant! I can finally talk!
How wonderful! There's so much I want to talk to you about. Oh, Father, what brings you here?
Well, if it isn't my favorite buffoon, how do you know I'd be here?
You can speak! Oh, even your voice is adorable. A pleasure to see you again. I was just looking for my boy. I have something of great importance to impart upon him. It's a pleasure for me as well. I've been wanting to speak with Shaggles myself, and now he can reply. In that case, why don't you all join me in Charlie and Hamlet? There's someone I'd like you to meet.
Shaggles' mommy.
No, his parents disowned him because he's intelligent. Or so he claims. So, what's this all about? Alas, that is not for me to explain. We have someone here from the studio who will do the honors instead. That would be me. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I come bearing a message for you two from the Scholarch himself.
You mean myself and Verpauline? Verpauline?
Correct. Master Verpauline and Master Shaggles, was it? Would you two perchance be interested in pursuing an education at the studio?
What? No, I want to be a farmer.
Word of your recent accomplishment has reached us. and we are all most impressed by your abilities. It would be our honor to welcome you to our institution and help nurture your talents, while providing you with ample opportunities to learn.
I can hardly believe my ears, but I'm not about to turn down the chance of a lifetime. Of course I'll enroll.
What's the matter, Furpolain? You've more than proved yourself ready to face greater intellectual challenges, to leave Labyrinthos and expand your horizons. It's just that Labyrinthos is all I've ever known. How can I be sure I'll succeed out there? I know a pair that entered the studium at 11. Thank you for trying to reassure me, only I won't know anyone there, and...
What are you talking about? You know me, don't you? Don't tell me you plan to spend your whole life in this fishbowl. There's a whole world out there to explore.
Says the troll who's never left Labyrinthos either.
Silence, buffoon!
Alright, you've convinced me. I'll go. Splendid. Now there are just a few sheaves of paperwork to take care of, so I'll need to borrow your guardians for a bit.
None of this would have happened if we hadn't met, would it?
I never would have gotten this opportunity, or made such a wonderful new friend without you. Thank you. I really mean it.
Farewell.
No,
Farewell.
yeah, that was the last one. Well, except for that little bit there. Don't know what that's about. But that's that for today. We'll continue tomorrow. I'm gonna see if I can level up my mechanics a little bit so we don't have to do that much on stream. But we gotta do it. I gotta do all 5 of them, because there's gonna be a follow-up quest, most likely, after you finish all of them. And the one in Shadowbringers was pretty decent, to be honest. Anyway, until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good night.